are the one to manage it. So people took this with a grain of salt. It worked for some time, but then they were like, this is not working. We don't understand. What do you mean by what I put in the cloud? I don't understand. So it wasn't like well, like people didn't really like the whole idea, because if I am to save, or if I'm to be, to be responsible for security or whatever I put, what's not the reason? I should just go and do on premises. Why am I suffering myself? So the cloud providers, they had to also be transparent again. So they moved up another level in explaining to the public masses whatever goes on. And what did they do? They actually categorize this whole concept of security based on the different cloud solutions you were using. Okay, so that was the whole concept of cloud service delivery models. I know we must have heard something like PaaS, SaaS, all those things that have suffixes with as a service. I've heard so many. Like sometimes when I go to the internet and I'm seeing very funny names, it's crazy. I'm like, who brought up this one? Even Beats. When I saw Beats as a service, I'm like, what are you doing? So Beats is now as a service. So the basic ones are, let's leave this traditional premises and let's sit there for a reason. We have the infrastructure as a service, we have the platform as a service, and then we have software as a service. So these are like the major services these cloud providers offer. So they have to, so instead of telling us that security in the cloud is your business, they were now cutting it into chunks, telling us that depending on the kind of cloud solution you are using, this is what you are responsible for. It made more sense than giving us a vague thing of security in the cloud is your business. So now we have that anything you use in the cloud, you can always go back and check which is your responsibility. So I usually like explaining the cloud service delivery models using the pizza analogy. So let's say you are hungry and you want to eat pizza, you have different options. You can decide to buy all the items you need to make the pizza and do it inside your house. That's on premises. Everything you are doing is in your house, right? You have the flexibility and you have the freedom to do whatever you want to do. You can mix okra inside pizza, or you can mix anything you want to do. As far as you can stomach it, you will do it. That's on premises. But if you decide to move one step further by going into the grocery store and buying a take and bake, there's something called take and bake, whereby you've already done this base thing for you, right? All you just have to do is put it in an oven, sit down, take your drink, and eat it with it. So that's what I call infrastructure as a service. But then if you say, let's move 2 steps further, you can decide to call up your favorite service. You can decide to call up your favorite service delivery model and ask them to order this pizza that you want. That's what I call platform as a service. Or then you can say, no, I want to dine out, and decide to go to your favorite restaurant and sit down and order all these things. So along the line, you see that this responsibility has been shared. You know what you are capable, you know what you are responsible for. If you were in infrastructure as a service, you are not responsible for the pizza dough. All you're responsible for is the oven, the soda, the dining table, and your eating. If you are using platform as a service, all you are responsible for is the soda, the dining table, and the eating. And then if you are using software as a service, all you are responsible for is eating. But then when we go to the technology aspect of it, it's a little bit complex. Because in infrastructure as a service, you have all, we don't really have time. I would have like asset police and S3 buckets policy to define who has access to your storage. Architectural diagrams. So I left it here so that you all understand that it's not like, as you are thinking about budgets, also think about
There are 2 ladies that smart at being they just very honest. That is not possible. My mistake is not possible, friend. I want to call you.
You don't need to say everything, just something you heard, something you feel from this session. Okay. So let's start from, let's encourage you.
Please encourage him as he comes, bro. Encourage him.
On a black cap, yes, person beside you. Yes.
The guys here.
What you say, clap again, everything.
Some people will not be clap and drum.
Alright. So we just want to like stop this environment. Alright, so we're going to be having a very short breakout session where we're going to meet each other to take selfies. Each other. Please don't take the selfie, no. The idea is so that you go to your neighbor, the idea is so you go to find him at the back, the idea is so you go to find guy at the side to take a selfie and use the hashtags that we're going to be calling out on the Twitter, please. So guys, let's start with this selfies, okay?
Just walk up to someone, take a nice picture.
I'll be back with hashtags.
We will ask you about it later. You can, I'm here. I'm just one more nice.
If you want to take a selfie,
Let's always let's take a selfie if you want. I'm all good. Please make sure you walk to somebody because I'm looking. I'm going to ask you who you met. I'm going to ask you one thing about them you just discovered. I'll ask you one thing you have in common with them.
alright, we're going to be using hashtag Devfest Owerri, hashtag Devfest, and hashtag Devfest 670. Please, you guys stand up for your seat.
So hashtag Devfest Owerri, hashtag Devfest, hashtag Devfest 2020. Walk up to someone, take a picture. Man, it's an impossible friend. Come, let's take this selfie. But I'm gonna call you first, so. selfies on your device, upload them on Twitter and LinkedIn as well, using these hashtags on the screen. Devfest Owerri, Devfest, and hashtag Devfest 2023. Thank you. So I assume I'm taking selfies, right? Can I assume you're taking selfies? Can I assume you've met someone new? No. Did you take selfies with your friends only? Only? Okay, that means you won't get my prize now. Because I said, take a selfie with someone new. Did I say that? Learn one new thing about them and find out one thing you have in common with them. Alright, I think I said that early on. So can anyone come out? It's a free thing, I don't want to point to anyone. If nobody comes out, I take my prizes back home with me. It's that easy. Some people shout, the prize I want to give, they have it in their house times 50, so they don't need my prize. You're coming now. Just a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him now. I'll just take 3 people, thank you. Before you empty my small bank account. Alright, so just you can stand here. Can I get a mic to these guys? Can I get a mic to these guys? Just stand here with them so they can capture you as well. Thank you. Alright. Okay, let's not do the news first. Let's save it for last. Is that okay? You say yes. Alright, so let's start with the guy. What's your name first? Talk with the microphone.
My name is John Paul.
John Paul. Beautiful. Can we celebrate John Paul for me? Can you guys celebrate John Paul for me? Beautiful. Who did you meet?
I met Franklin Samuel.
Franklin Samuel. Okay, what's one thing new about him you discovered? Apart from the fact that he's a guy. You know he's a man. But what else did you find out?
He's jovial.
He's jovial. There are a lot of jovial people here. What else did you find out? Where is he from? Is he in school?
Yes, school.
What school does he attend? He attends Futo. Beautiful. What's one thing you have in common with them?
We are friends.
Ah, no. How can all of you, are you my enemies? Are you my enemy like this? So we already have friendship in common. What's one unique thing? Maybe there's a favorite food, a color, a football club, something.
I like the shoe.
My brother, I think you're making it very hard. I'm trying my best here to give you something. What do you have in common with this guy, apart from liking his shoes? Okay, I'll get back to you. Let's move on to, I'll save it for last. Save it to my Mr. Impossible friend. Don't use my name. Please, don't use my name. So one person you met. That's one person you met. You didn't meet any other person. I don't know what you know about me. I don't know what you know about me.
Okay, I met AJ, the content creator, and we have computer tech as a thing in common.
I apologize for not listening to you, sir. Would you forgive me?
Okay, I met AJ, the content creator, media strategist.
People are hearing my portfolio and you're not clapping. It's a sin already. You are not clapping for that portfolio. Jesus.
Okay, we have computer and tech connecting us as something in common.
Yeah, we both love computers. Is that what you said?
Huh?
You said we both love computers?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
I told you. But you don't have evidence. So you're still explaining.
You actually say that, so that's the evidence.
Okay, so we have computers in common. What's one unique thing about me you found out?
You talk and you talk well.
Please, who else does not know I talk well in here? Okay, people don't know.
You have a good smile too.
Come and take my prize. Come and take this prize. Come and take it. Come and take my prize. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him.
So far, the person with the highest engagement, who is Budo on Twitter?
Who is Budo on Twitter?
Who is Budo? Please, can you just wait? Stand up. Just
Are you put two?
Kat is a postdoctoral appointee at Harvard National Laboratories in USA. She received her PhD from the University College Dublin, Ireland, and a master's degree in computer forensics and cybersecurity from the University of Greenwich, London. Dr. Maka has extensively researched in fields of IoTs and AI, particularly in their applications to environmental monitoring. She received the Global Women Technicals Award 2020 for outstanding research and her efforts towards supporting other women and girls in computing. She was also named one of the 80 women revolutionizing AI in Africa and around the world by Africa Chambers. Her current research focuses on integrating AI with high-performance computing. A round of applause for Dr. Amaka.
Can anybody hear me? Hello, I want to show my audio is working fine. Can you hear me? Fantastic, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here with you this morning. And I say this morning because we are in two different geographies. It's just a few minutes past 5 a.m. here in Chicago. Very much delighted to be with you all today. I would prefer to be seen in my audience, please, if the camera can be turned on and yes, so that I can have a place to this. Thank you. I will go ahead and share with you what I have today. So I'll share my screen, if that's okay. Yeah. Embrace and evolve with the ever-changing landscape of technology. And for this very reason, I'll be focused on my top 30 strategies for professional growth. Can you still hear me? if my own tech journey would inspire you, or even, create this spark in you. So, my name is Dr. Amaka Okafor. I have been doctoral appointee at Argonne National Laboratory under the US Department of Energy. Here at Argonne, my work mainly focuses on artificial intelligence and high performance computing. A lot of you have heard with the concept of and even high performance computing. Well, HPC, high performance computing. The American, have the power of a single, we have the power of millions of computers in one. So like I said, the government of the United States mainly rely on this system of so that's what I basically do in my role here. Then, well, I'm also a lecturer in the Department of Computer Science in Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, which I know since this event is taking place in Owerri, the majority of you are very familiar with the Polytechnic in Owerri. So I work as a lecturer in the Department of Computer Science. Let me know. How did I even get here? How did I get here in the first place? Well, I had my PhD from the University College, Dublin, in Ireland. While during my PhD, I worked, my work mainly focused on artificial intelligence and IoT applications in environmental monitoring. So I worked with a consortium on the IoT plants. It's a consortium of researchers from various institutions. So we have people from the University College Dublin working with researchers from Dublin City University, Trinity College Dublin, and even Bod Namona. Bod Namona is the Irish environmental agency. So we worked on a project called the Smartphone Project. The project was, funded by the Environmental Protection Agency, the European Union Environmental Protection Agency. And but before going to Dublin for my PhD, I obtained a master. Because I was named a fellow of the Slovakia Faculty Foundation. Well, as we progress, I would stop more very technical. We shall also talk more about when we begin to know the stock more. So I'm a fellow of the women technical and also the young researcher and the building. Every other Nigerian girl, I had my PhD in Federal Polytechnic in Nekede. So by now you understand what I was privileged to be selected as one of 4 students in computer science department to be sent to digital. For those of you who may not be so familiar with DBI, digital building. Well, DBI is a little professional center for telecommunication studies being managed by the Nigerian Communications Commission. So, while in my penultimate year in the Polytechnic, I had the chance of going on an exchange in DBI. This was through a joint scholarship from the Federal Polytechnic Nekede and the World Bank. And then I was to obtain my University of Technology, Owerri. So, Owerri, it is my time. Well, let's go straight to the business for today. We are talking about professional growth, staying relevant in the market. To remain competitive, today's life, and I want to talk more on strategies for professional growth. So many of these strategies have been very useful to me. I have applied these strategies in my the very first strategy that would readily come to my mind would be to set a clear goal, set clear goals, right? Because it is very important to set your goals, have a professional development plan. What do I mean by professional development plan? This is a step-by-step guideline which you have set for yourself to help you achieve your goals. Upgrade your academic qualifications. Even obtain one if you have if there is need for obtain and upgrade your academic qualification. Very important. Because as you upgrade yourself, you want more. You begin to, you want more, right? If possible for you, any industry certifications. There are a lot of certifications you could focus on, depending on your focus area. Now, the field of tech, IT, is very broad, right? While I know this is a developer group event, I know that many of you are developers, you are software developers. Others are, into networking. Some other people are into security. Some other people are into auditing. So the field itself is very vast. And there are certifications you can lay hold on to, improve your work and support your professional growth. Again, I would talk about joining professional organizations. We can emphasize, overemphasize that. Very important. The Nigerian Computer Society is there for you. Join that professional organization. Because when you do, and you go to events organized by these professional organizations, you meet people of like-minded people. So you network, and from there you grow. learning new technologies, learning new skills. Technology is revolutionizing our world. AI is taking the center stage. Robotics. Get your hands into whatsoever you can get your hands in technology. I assure you, it's for your own benefit. Learn new coding languages. There are a whole lot of them. For you developers, there are a whole lot of languages that support web development, that support mobile application development. Learn new coding languages. I was looking at the report, the November 2023 report from ACM. ACM is Association of Computer Machineries. I was looking at the report of the most popular programming languages in the year 2023 used by developers. So I saw people in mix with both scripting languages and programming languages. So there are a whole lot of them. So when we see a high number of developers using these languages, what does it tell us? It tells us that many people are skilled in this. It means that many organizations will require skills in these people who are proficient in these languages. So, very important, learn new languages. Sorry, if anybody send a message to me, please confirm. Okay? That's all. I hope you can still hear me. Okay. Thank you. So, I'll go ahead to share my screen again and keep talking. So I also took a look at the report. This was a recent report from ACM looking at the salaries of some tech jobs. Well, in the US here, I also took a look at what's sustainable in Nigeria for us to see. You see that tech jobs are very proficient, they are very lucrative. You see, if we look at the data we have here, we see many of these jobs starting with 6-figure salary, right? Which is very impressive compared to what your counterpart in other professions will be earning. So you can imagine earning 6 figures. Okay, if you look at some tech jobs that start to pay you from $150,000 per annum, that would be close to 175 million per annum. And if we try to do the mathematics and convert to monthly pay in naira, we are looking at around 47 million naira in 1 month. So compare this to people who are working in other fields. So you are already in a happening place. Tech is the end thing, and I'm happy. A lot of people are finding interest in tech. We have a lot of people who are even, pivoting into tech. Now, even if you don't want to write code, you can become a low-code developer and move into tech. Some of you may not be interested in coding of a team. You're not interested in Python, C++, and all the Java and everything that happens there with the codes. I tell you, the opportunity for no-code developers is also booming. Now let's see. Okay. Yeah. So opportunity for no-code developers is also booming. I want to take a look at this. Oh wait. discussed. I'll come back to local developer. But let's look at also AI-related jobs. We all know that artificial intelligence is powering a lot of things now. Name it, from self-driving cars to home automation to whatsoever. We see AI being, excellently in diverse fields. Now, according to these reports, this is the most recent report, AI-related jobs offer more than 70% higher salary on their average than most other occupations. And in 2023 alone, AI-related jobs are starting with salaries as high as $950,000 per year. So you can imagine. And then we see from the ACM magazine that over 30% of all computer science jobs this year are AI-related. So that tells you what? It tells you that this field is booming. No, it's seen a tremendous growth in recent times. Now, still talking about local developer, some of you are not interested in coding. Now, we have the market for no-code developer is booming. According to Statista, a recent report, we see all the reports I share here, the most recent as of November 2023. So according to Statista, we see that local development platform market revenue worldwide, because in the US this time, have witnessed a steady increase from 2018 to present time. And then there is two prediction. The outlook for the market is also looking very good. So a local developer would be creating web applications and digital solutions using no code. So for those of you who don't want to code, don't want to get your hands dirty with the code, well, there are a lot of opportunities for local developers. What you do is use drag and drop interfaces and other tools to build web applications, mobile applications, for businesses. There are so many career opportunities for no-code developers. But the one that already come to my mind is web designer or a web developer, a user experience or user interface designer, product manager. So these are no-code developers who are in tech, but they do not code in any form. So you want to continue to be a developer. Right? This is what you should, or for aspiring people who want to go into tech but are not interested in coding. You can explore local development options. A lot of tools are available. Backendless is a tool, a software as a service tool that enables developers to create web interfaces, web applications without having to code. There are a lot of them. We have Bubbly. At the time, we have time. Yes. Oh, the time is fantastic. Okay. I think I stopped there, right? But I think I got some very important stuff to share. So, can I have 5 minutes more? Is that okay by everyone? Hello? Okay, ma'am. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So, I have wanted to take a look at the salary ranges of tech jobs in Nigeria, but I think I'll leave that alone. The information was gotten from Glassdoor. So, I will allow you to check on that yourself to see what is obtainable in the market at the current time. Then, Another strategy for professional growth will be searching for new opportunities. Now, since this is a Google event, I have decided to highlight some of the opportunities you can leverage on to grow your career. So, one of them will be Global Get Ahead program for Europe, Middle East, and Africa area. This program is created specifically for female students who are interested in developing their technical skill set for future career opportunities at Google. So this program is open to people from Africa. You can explore more on this program. The very essence of this program is that it connects you with other developers. You tend to work in collaboration with other people, right? You are divided into groups with your interest in programming. So you have the Python, the Java, and the C++ group. Based on your interest, I will employ you to look up some of these opportunities. Then we have the Google Inside Group. The Google Inside Group is a virtual program for computer science students from Africa, Europe, and the Middle East as well. Very interesting programs too for you to look at. Then the other one will be the Generation Google Scholarship. For those of you who know, for students basically, and for female students. So, the most important thing about the Generation Google Scholarship is to help fund your studies. You receive about 7,000 euro award. So which I think would be, will add significantly to ease your stress while you study. So look up these opportunities from Google and leverage them. For those of you who want to further your education, there are several opportunities. Many schools offer scholarships for both masters and beyond. But I want to highlight the Islam Media Faculty for the Future Fellowship. The Islam Media Faculty for the Future Fellowship also for women. Please, guys, don't be angry, because I'm very passionate about women and women attaining the peak in their career. So I tend to highlight more on opportunities that benefit our women more. So the Islam Media Foundation Faculty for the Future Fellowship would, provide a $50,000 grant to you on a yearly basis. The good thing about this scholarship is, while it sponsors you, it sponsors your kids up to 4 children. So, very important, the applications for this opportunity opens around September every year and closes by November. So, looking into that, then the Commonwealth Scholarship. The Commonwealth Scholarship is another fantastic scholarship you can leverage on for your studies. So, this scholarship is given to scholars from Commonwealth nations. And it's it's a good one, because while it sponsors you, it gives some stipend to your spouse if you are married. So, which is something very good too. And then the Shibling, I know a lot of you are familiar with the Shibling Scholarship, the European Union Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Scholarship. And many countries also offer scholarships. For those of you who are not interested in studying further, but you want to partake in online training to improve your skills, Coursera is there, Udemy is there, edX, there are a whole lot of them. Many of these applications give you certificates as you complete the course. And the good thing is that the courses are delivered by professors from top-ranking universities in the world. So look into them. Think in that direction. Then another strategy for professional growth will be marketing your skill. I will talk about this and maybe end here. Marketing your skill. The problem we have with students coming from the part of the world where we are coming from, is inability to market ourselves. I think maybe because of our culture, we are very modest. You don't want the world to know about your skills. You don't want to share them on social media. You don't want to tell the world what you can offer.
Hello everybody. Hello everybody. Hello. Okay, so basically what she's saying, I'm sure that even if you didn't get every single thing she's saying that we should be more visible, we should join programs. There's Microsoft in Pluto for you, there's GDGs. So just basically be active, listen, keep your ears on the ground for information. So we're going to be calling up our next speaker, the person of Ellis Ifuego. A round of applause for him, please. So that Ellis Ifuego is going to be talking to us about understanding data flow in Flutter apps. Please, a round of applause for him.
Ellis Ifuego is an experienced Flutter developer specializing in developing and maintaining high-quality applications. He's solution-oriented and a dedicated professional passionate about all aspects of software development. He is a team player who is adept at finding ways to solve challenging problems.
Hi everyone. Are we happy? Alright, that was a very nice session from Dr. Mrs. Amako Calvo, and one of the things she highlighted for us was the need for us to actually develop our skills, skill up, get some other skills under our belts, for the tech market and everything. So I'll be speaking about understanding data flow in a Flutter application, and I don't know how many of us here know what Flutter is or what it does. Have any of us here worked with Flutter before? All right, I can see some hands. Well, basically, it's just to simplify it, is a UI toolkit we use to build cross mobile applications, both mobile, web, Mac, Windows, Linux. So the whole ecosystem has been expanding over the years. Right. Now, I want to start off talking about understanding data flow with, let's use this building. This is a nice building, right? Minus the fact that the AC is not working very well. I'm sure some of us are sweating here. I can see the lady on white there, fanning herself. So, I don't know much about buildings, right? But some of the things I know is when we want to build a fine hall like this, probably we need to level the ground. If there's grass there, we'll cut it off and probably level it, right? And lay some foundations. So we dig and we start laying in blocks and other stuff. So what I'm trying to get at here is every complex system starts small, right? You look at your phone, you have cameras, you have system on the chip, you have so many like components, and overall they kind of form up like the phone you use, right? The same thing with this building. So we have different components, the blocks, the rods, and some other stuff that they use to build. So we need to understand how this data flows, right? And by data, I mean, you're having a building, they're building like this hall, right? I can see we have some like rooms or so. And probably there's one of the builders they're building and he needs cement, right? Let's say this data, right, that we're talking about here, let's attribute it to the cement, right? The builder needs to get the cement, put it in the cement pan, take it up, like that is the data he's using, right? And how do we transport this data across our app? How did I press this? Oh, excuse me. All right, why not sort that out, right? All right, so when we talk about this and what are we talking about? I really try to give an illustration with the cement that the builder uses to build, right? But now we're talking about this, and data in your app can be anything, can just be once you know the user, you kind of trying to propagate now your app, right? Once you keep track of it, and user comes to your app, logs in, and we're trying to keep track of that, like that can be attributed to let's actually that's data, right? So when it comes to flutter rights, just as I spoke about building, we have the blocks we used to build. When it comes to flutter, we have a particular concept we have, or component we have, call it widgets, right? In general, concept when it comes to flutter is that everything is a widget. So let's say the widgets are building blocks, right? So we can use the widgets to let's attribute it to our blogs, the camera on your phone, any components you can think about around the shoe you're wearing, right? So the glasses you have on. So that is what these components are. Now, how do we pass data? Right? And let's just go back a little. What I'm trying to establish here is that every complex system starts small, right? Everything you want to do is going to be made up of simple components that overall actually forms this application or whatever you're trying to use, right? So now, let's say we have these widgets, right? How do we pass data from one component to another? Now, remember I gave you an illustration of the builder, probably in the room trying to cement the wall or something. And the data there is the cement that comes in with the cement pan and everything, right? And what we could actually go about distributing this, like passing this data around is, I call probably the builder is doing a call someone say, choose. I don't know if anybody's name here is choose. Say, choose, can you get me more cement, right? And that is the data that the builder is, the person that is plastering the walls trying to pass along, right? So when that's what we can attribute to data. And when it comes to that, we have a simple concept called parent-child relationship, right? Or parent-child way of passing data. And by that I mean we have this kind of tightly knit components, right? Where when you want to pass data to a component, you say, oh, when I'm creating this component, right? Or when I'm working on this room in the whole building, like let's say the person is working upstairs, right? Trying to plaster a canal. Let's say the person is trying to plaster a component at all. When we are about to start that, the builder is about to start that particular process, right? They say, okay, I'm going to need a split pan. I'm going to need, I don't know if there's anybody back here that knows about building. You think you guys used to smoothen the wall. So you also pass that along, right? You pass all the things that the builder needs. So when you kind of try to attribute that to, when you're building a Flutter application, you can say you're trying to talk about how you construct, right, the properties you pass into the construction of that widget class, right? Remember, don't get confused here, the widget class, we're still talking about components here. And I said, okay, we're going to pass all these things when we are trying to create that particular widget. And going back again, simple stuff, components, building blocks, just simple things there, right? So you're trying to pass that data along when you know about to create that class. So that is one easy way of actually passing data, right? So that is one easy way of passing data, which what we're talking about here is widget communication. Now, imagine if we are building an airport, right? An airport is very large, very, very large. And they can't be like just, we want to like build one of the names or build a particular room in the terminal or something. We can't like always say, oh, we want to build this is exactly what we need. At some point, we're going to need more tools or more equipment that needs to be passed along. And now that's where the general concept of state management comes in. Now, this section now, we're not going to talk about state management. I don't want to get into that booth, right? So I don't want to kind of illustrate for us where that comes in when we are talking about data flow in the Flutter application, right? We don't need to like overly emphasize on that. So that's where state management comes in, and that's where state management comes in, right? And when it comes to state management, state of an app is everything that exists in memory when the app is running. So that basically means, what is the state of this room now? What is the state of this room? All of you guys here, the chairs, the speakers, everything is all part of the state of this room. So whenever your application is running, whatever exists in memory is the state. Now, you run into a particular dilemma, right? And that dilemma is, you can't just pass data. You can't easily pass data down let me use the airport to illustrate that. That far distance, right? If someone is walking so far down the track for the plane to run, right, and you're still walking in the terminal, it's so far to pass that data along. So we need to have a way to manage that. So if we go back a bit, you see that it's simple widget communication, right? Like I was trying to illustrate, let's say we have our app at the top here, right? And we're trying to pass data. I remember I never had the illustration of that data, just be trying to swim the room and the tools you need to do that, right? And imagine once there's too many rules, right? You have child A, child B, child C, right? And you need to pass that data along, right? What you do is that anytime you want to construct any of the class, the widgets, right? You pass that data from my app down to child. This will pass it down to child C. Right? And then we need to also create another room. Maybe this is an inner room, or maybe this is the toilet in that room that the person is building. You need to also pass that data down there. Right? So that is just what this diagram illustrates. And if we go forward, when it comes to, this is where I say state management comes in. Now, we have, I think they call, I might be wrong about it, but I think it's called Ask Me. And let's say you go to a wedding, you see people that wear the Ask Me tags. Yes, I can always say, hi, excuse me, please, where can I see the restroom? Or hi, excuse me, where is the groom at? Stuff like that. And now, we have that kind of system. That's a very general idea I want us to get into when we come to state management, right? We have that kind of system where we can dedicate people that, hey, if this person needs this, this is who you ask, right? This is who is going to supply it for you. Now, not to overcomplicate things, right? Imagine we are building a 10-story building, right? And then we need to get some data, some snips from the top down, right? The person has, by the time we have that kind of delegation, we say, the lady on the red, they're going to be in charge of finding everybody in this hall, right? The guy on the back will be in charge of putting the wire. So now, we know that sometimes when it's filling pots, we go to the lady on the red and say, yeah, filling pots, can I get someone to find me? Right? And this is on the sound is not there to everybody in the room. Go to the guy with the wire and say, can the sound get to this point? So that is the general idea when it comes to state management and how this what happens is it tracks the data you need, right? Normally, let's say it goes up in the tree, finds the data of exact type or something and supplies you that. But I want to kind of simplify that step for us, where we just know that this is what this person is in charge of. This is what this person is in charge of, right? And we can actually get that information down. Now, this is just a simple illustration. You can find some further up there. It's just a simple direct image there. So basically, the idea now is you're building an e-commerce app, right? And when you're building an e-commerce app, you know that the whole idea is to sell something to the platform. And then someone adds something to their cart, and we need that information. This app, right? We need, when the person is trying to check out, we need to actually get that information. When the person is on other screens, on stuff like when you get to see that products, we also need to keep track of that information. Now you begin to see the problem that arises when we are still using that parent-child relationship passing data. To be so hard because at any point in time, we need to just keep passing that data. Whenever we want to construct to supply the needs, to supply all these tools you need to supply everything, rather than just having this, right? And have someone that can get that information because when we need that information, we can just say, the lady already can need 2 hand fans, 2 ceiling fans. So you'll be able to see that you just need your UI to react to whatever the current state of your app is, which is, of course, let's attribute that to data. Now when it comes to asynchronous data flow, now you're talking about something that could potentially take time to get. So I'm sure most of us have gone to some sites. When we click on something, you see kind of a loading spinner or something, right? That is when we know that we're expecting something, right? But it's not there yet. So we could actually show to the user that, hey, we're expecting something, it's not here yet. Of course, that topic can also take you towards error handling and other stuff, but we're not going to focus on that for this particular session. Right? And just a simple definition. The synchronous data flow is the way information moves through your application when dealing with tasks that might take time. Just like the illustration we gave with having to wait for a manufacturer to supply some of the stuffs you need. Now, why this data flow is really important, right? Why it's very important to understand it is, most times when you're building something that could be the next Jumia or something, or the next Amazon, or the brilliant idea you have, the odds are you're not going to be working on it alone. You're going to be working on it with someone. So if you're able to understand, not overemphasize on, hey, like I see a lot of people like get confused and they want to talk about state management, but usually that is not really the most important thing to talk about. You need to talk about how to actually plan how data moves across your app, right? And if you have that information and that system laid out, you begin to see that it's easier to collaborate with people, right? Someone, some of you guys that work with Flutter here say, oh, hey, can you build me this UI? And I'll focus on how the data will be handled, right? How the data that the UI will need to function will be handled. Begin to see the separation of concern. You can it makes the whole project, the whole work more collaborative in nature, right? A lot of people can come in and work, and because of that separation of concerns, things goes smoothly. Now, just some of the importance of building responsive UI. Remember what we highlighted when we talked about asynchronous data flow, right? When we are fetching data, when we're waiting for the supplier to supply the tile we need to tile the wall and everything, right? We can actually show that to the user that, hey, we are waiting on this information to come. Just look at this. When the information comes through, supply it to you, right? And that's when you get to see like loading spinners and stuff, right? And another thing I would like to highlight is one beautiful thing that, having a system in place, especially when you start like applying any state management you want to use. And by now you would have seen that overall the state management usage of the app doesn't really matter, right? Depending on what you're building and what you think the best solution is for what you're building, it doesn't really matter. It just helps you manipulate data. If you're using block, it helps you, track events, track states, and all those kind of stuff. You're using provider, the same thing, or the same thing. It doesn't really matter. It's just what works for you and your team, and what is best for the project you're working on. This is more important than that. Right, and one of the key things I know that state management does for us is like the whole idea of two-way binding, right? Where you can actually from the UI communicate with your state management and just have that two-way binding, two-way communication, just to simplify it, right? To have better grasp of state management, you begin to see that it's not overly important. What matters is just how you propagate data across your app, right? And the next thing there is better debugging. But when you have this separation of concerns, let's say you're supposed to click a button, and that button is meant to make a network call that should do something to the UI, right? And you click the button and it's not working. You can easily trace. You say, okay, you go to your button, you go to the lady on red, see, have you supplied a fan? She says, she can confirm. She goes, you go to where's supposed to be managing your state. You say, okay, is there any fan even present here? You begin to see that you're able to trace where anything is going wrong more easily than when you just have everything jumbled up. And by jumbled up, I mean you're trying to build something here. You have everything you need. You have the rods, you have the cement, you have the mixer, you have everything in one spot. Before you can do anything, you have to move those things. It becomes very chaotic to build. Then optimize British rebuilds. Right, this is something that is very key. When you're building large apps, like Flutter is very fast, right? It's very fast in rendering UIs. But it doesn't mean that you should take that for granted. You can actually make things sterile. So, for example, you're using Block, you're using, I think, Riverport provider. I'm talking about state management here now. You can actually localize, that's not the right now. You can actually just pinpoint where you want certain things to change, right? The rest of the UI is static, but you just want the last session to change if something changes in the data that is being supplied. That is what I mean by optimize and distribute. You can actually just kind of focus on those areas you want for it to review, for Flutter engine to kind of repaint, right? And then collaboration, we've already highlighted that, right? Collaboration, by the time you have this system in place, it's easier for people to come in and work on the same project with you. Now, where to go from here, right? Some of the easiest, just go to the Flutter documentation, flutter.dev. You see, just read the documentation. The documentation is really good, right? When I got started with Flutter, I think that was some of the best documentation I had seen at the time. It was really good. You can also read the DATs. Like Flutter is like the UI toolkit we used to build mobile applications, right? But that is actually the programming language behind that. Just like Dr. Mrs. Samaka Okafor talked about, we have JavaScript, C++, and the rest. That is also another language there. And then we have very good ventures, very popular firm that uses Flutter to build different applications. They also have their layered architecture in Flutter. It's a very good read, and from there you can just keep exploring, right? So yeah, that is basically it. Thank you guys for listening. I hope you all learned something.
Can we celebrate it one more time? Are we having fun? This guy is laughing. Sorry? It's your day of little beginning. A time will come when you have all the ACs in your house. And the people say amen. Some people don't even say amen, they don't believe my prayers. Well, let's celebrate Mr. Ellis one more time. Amazing session. Amazing session. So pick one. You will learn everything you want to learn about tech today. Okay? So when the speakers are talking, pick one thing or two or three that you're going to go back home and research on. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because they have limited time and they have to run through a lot of things. So you don't get these trying to write down anything on the slide. Do you know what I mean? If you pick on the word, if you hear data, for example, you hear power, you know what it is, just listen down. And when you get home, you can spend the next 1 to 2 days researching on it. Is that okay? Is that okay? So you guys can have fun and enjoy yourselves, right? One more time, celebrate yourselves. Let's just start together. I'm not taking out for you, take out for yourself, but you guys are getting tired. Getting tired. Beautiful. So we'll be taking another amazing speaker. The next voice you'll hear is going to be his voice. Media, over to you.
You guys, before Mr. NPC comes on stage, please, if you misplace your AirPods, just meet me after now. If you misplace your AirPod, I'm going to be asking the color and details of it so that you don't get still so much.
While the sorts the sound out, we can go back to our earlier conversation. Is that okay? Beautiful. Can I get one person to tell me something they've learned today so far? One thing you've picked already. Just a volunteer, anyone. One thing you've learned today, or one thing that has been confusing you since the meeting started. Which one is it? Have we learned anything today? No, waiting does not mean I'll call you. So you're saying, I won't call you. I can't call anybody. We've learned something today, I think. Are there things that have confused you as well today? There's not. DJ, help me. There's none. But there are plenty of things. Are we writing those things down? Are we writing that down? You're sure? Are we good? Are we good now? I think I have time to call one person now. Okay, what's one thing that's been confusing you? Let's do that. So even if you don't know it, it's just been confusing you. Or it's confusing to you. Anyone? You can echo it. Can we echo it? Sorry? I didn't hear that. Maps. Cloud. Okay. From this side, what's confusing you guys here? Not you guys know anything. What's confusing you guys here? Flutter. Okay. From here. Pass. Sorry, did anybody speak on pass here? Sorry? I didn't hear that. AWS. What does it mean, sir? It's a cloud. No, I'm not into this stage with you guys. I'm just a Christian fellow. Bring the idea, let's structure it and make some cash. Do you get what I'm saying? So AWS, that's a cloud. My people over here, can you guys just wait to me? You guys have to wait to me. Okay, one guy is waiting to me. So you are exempted. There's a guy in front of you, he's looking at me, he's very blue. Can you just stand up? You're looking at me, You're sitting behind a lady very blue. Now she's looking at you. Have you seen me before? How did I know you're very close? Celebrate and nice. People are not laughing. You think it's easy to see that very blue? Please stand up. Stand up. Is he very blue? Is he very blue? People are not talking. Is he very blue? Beautiful. Did you go to Futosa? I remember that place. Did you see him standing? I remember that place. Okay, is there anything that's confusing to you today? Or something you learned?
Oh wow.
Everything you said is confusing you.
Be honest.
Why is it honest? It's honest.
It's a thing of perspective. So to me now that is very red. Who else is being red?
Now I understand why you're telling us. Alright, thank you so much. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Please.
Is a senior software engineer and a volunteer for developer communities. He has led engineering teams at Patricia and Eden Life, currently works for Video Slots, an iGaming company headquartered in Malta. DevFests sees technology as a tool capable of improving the standard of living for individuals and countries. This is why it's always happy to volunteer for tech communities. DevFests also an open source enthusiast and constantly advocates open source as a means to gain work experience.
I hope my line has not started, right? Because we have a limited line. So, hello everyone. I hope we are excited to be here. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. So, I'm as excited as everyone is. So, whenever I get the opportunity to speak in Owerri, I'm very happy. Because I am Owerri through and through. I think I went to Federal Poly Naked then went to IMSU. And throughout my career, I've been working from Owerri remotely. I've not had any reason to leave Owerri, even though I intend to leave Owerri soon. Yeah, so my title for today is We Are Getting There. Even though it might not look obvious, we are always getting there. From the numbers I see here, from the numbers I see up, these are evidences that we are getting there. So there, quote unquote, talks about your goals, my goals, our goals as a community, your financial goals, your career goals. We are getting there. We are getting to your goals. So we're just talking about your goals and how your being here today helps you get towards your developer goals, towards your other goals related to your tech journey. So if I ask the question to the audience, are we getting there? In your tech journey, do you think you're getting there? So of course the answer will be mixed, right? Some persons would say yes, some persons would say no. But depending, if your answer is no, this is probably what it feels like, right? And no can be because you've been unemployed for a while. No can be because you've been getting rejection emails. No can be because you received a salary cut, or because you were just laid off. So all those reasons are valid for you to say no. But of course, some persons would say yes. Yes, because they got new gigs this year. Not only new gigs, they got foreign gigs paying in hard currency. So when you're saying no, they are all saying yes. And of course, all these answers are valid when I ask you, are you getting there? So of course, you're having fun like Steve. A tech career is full of ups and downs. There is no one side, right? Even the CEO of OpenAI got sacked and also got back to the job. So I'm sure if we asked him a few days ago, are you getting there? He would have said no, right? But today if we asked him, are you getting there? He would have said, he's going to say yes, because he has got back his job. So a tech career is full of ups and downs. There's no constant stuff, right? But rather than focus on variables, let's focus on constants. What constants can we talk about towards your getting there with your developer career? The constants we can talk about are lessons. It doesn't matter if your answer is no or your answer is yes. We can share lessons that can help us move around and try to navigate whatever we find. So what 10 lessons can I share from my career journey and that of others that can help all of us get there sooner than later? Before I share those evidences, I would also want to share a lot of evidence that have been on the no side for a very long time. You know, they say without evidence, you go explain tire, right? So I have evidence of my Saturdays. So you see, before I start telling you the lessons I can learn. So here you can see me and a couple of my community friends. Facebook shared this with me in my memories. This was 2017, right? So for most of us here, we were all unemployed. Just organizing meetups, sharing lessons, trying to learn, trying to grow our tech career. This is me personally. You can see this is just SAPA defined, right? Very broke, very unemployed, but still doing the same thing I'm doing here. Still trying to teach people, still trying to impact knowledge because I always believe, right? So now I'm showing you evidences of me being on the no side. And this is us, Owerri Tech community. We are less than 20 as of 2017. But of course, you can see the evidence now that we are getting there, right? 20 then and over 400 now. We are actually getting there. So now, let's go down to the lessons we can learn, because lessons are the things we can hold on to. So, the first 5 lessons. The first lesson is that winners always show up. I showed up in 2017, I'm showing up now. If I'm not outside of the country, I will still show up for another DevFest. Winners always show up. If you're asked to take selfies, you show up by going to take selfies. If you're asked to network, you move around and you network. Winners always show up. In your company, you should be the one that reviews PRs first. You should be the one that always has your camera on. Those things might look very little, right? But they mean you show up. So always show up. Whether you feel bad, whether you feel good, winners always show up. The second lesson is that you are not a job description. Some persons are so obsessed with a job description. I want to be a backend developer, I want to be a front-end developer, and all of that. Your first goal as a techie should be to make money, right? Because once you make money, you can move on to other things. So don't be fixated on the job description, be fixated on making money. If you're doing backend development, applying for jobs, and you don't get gigs. It's okay to try out technical writing. It's okay to do some manual labor. It's okay to do some other stuff to get paid and continue with your goals. So always remember, you are not a job description. Be dynamic. Dynamic people always win. Another lesson is that remember the economic pursuit of less. A lot of persons try to do a lot of things. You're a full stack developer, you're a mobile developer, you do SEO, you're a business consultant and all of that. Over time, in my experience, I've seen that this is you scattering your energy and most times you don't go anywhere. Of course, there are outliers and people are able to do a lot of things and succeed. But my advice to you from my experience in this community over the past 6 years is try to focus. Try to do little things. It's okay to try one thing. If you fail, you move on to another thing. But at every point in time, make sure you're doing one thing. You can try out front end, try out back end, try out everything, but one at a time. Always pursue less. Less is more. Sacrifices must be made. Kana always says this, right? Sacrifices must be made. So for us, some of us have to do manual labor to get money to buy data. Some of us have to do some odd jobs. But it doesn't matter. Once you know where you're going, you need to make the sacrifices. I think I have a friend there, and the sacrifice was that he didn't pay attention in school, so he was failing. But of course, his tech career was doing well. I also have friends that I used to go to first class and also have a tech career. But of course, when the sacrifice you can make and apply it, sacrifices must be, yes, you have to make that sacrifice. And also apply yourself. Apply yourself. In the community I did, there are so many volunteer roles. Apply to be a volunteer. Apply to be a speaker. Apply for open source internships. If you're a student, apply for internships. Don't wait. You can't keep waiting for back-end engineering jobs for years. Try to do some internships. Try to do some freelance work. Apply yourself. You apply yourself by doing things that lead you to your goal. They might not be your goal, but if they lead you one kilometer towards your goal, that is progress. Always apply yourself. To my next 5 lessons. Nothing beats starting early. Starting early can be relative, right? If you have someone in secondary school who is ready to start a career, encourage them. Starting early can be relative from secondary school. If you're in the university, don't wait till you're done with the university before you start a career. I have so many friends back in school and they were like, once I'm done with school, I'm starting a career. And to be honest, they are really struggling today. And it's also very funny to me because schooling in Nigeria does not guarantee anything, right? It doesn't even guarantee a job. So why are you doing a career aside because of something that guarantees nothing? So, nothing means starting early. Start early, start while you can. And please stop postponing your tech journey. Don't say I will start tomorrow, don't say I will start next week. The best time to start was yesterday. And then the best time to start is today. So yesterday and today are the time to start, it's more than that. Start local. Start local. A lot of persons want to build networks. But rather than build networks here, they want to go to Twitter to look for people that have thousands of followers to build networks. Start local and think global. Your first job must not be paying 5,000 USD. Your first job can be in a small place in Norway. Your first job can be on site. Your first job must not be glamorous. But start local, build that experience and move on from there. The most important thing is starting. Start local. Once you get local experience, you're going to get those foreign opportunities. So always start local. The journey is faster with mentors. In the local class, we say, follow who know. Follow who know. Please don't waste your time. And of course, I have to give a disclaimer with tech mentorship. Tech mentorship doesn't work with school fully. So most of the things you can help in your career, they either have 1 or 2 jobs, right? So they are busy people. What you can do is you do your own research and ask them the questions. But make sure you do your own research and ask them the questions. No stupid. Once you're a good student, you always need to find a good teacher. Once the student is the teacher present, yes. So make sure you're making that effort. And number 9, I can't say this enough. Be part of a community. From the first slide I showed you, I have friends, I have brothers, I have people I can always come from. I have people I can get jobs from because I'm part of the community. So don't let this end there, part of the community, always participate in the community. And the last one, it is okay to leave Owerri. It is okay to leave Owerri. I'm not leaving Owerri because I'm not having it. I will leave maybe 5 years Owerri, I have to go further. It's fine, I will just leave Owerri, I will just leave Nigeria. And everyone to talk about it, ask yourself, what do I need to do to get to the next level? And if what you should do to get to the next level is living Owerri, please do it. Yeah, take this as my So those are 10 lessons. And of course, I always like to show evidence, right? Because without evidence, I'm going to keep on explaining. So let me show you some evidence of success who have done this stuff. So the first one is Joseph eBay. Joseph eBay is from the first picture. Joseph eBay currently resides in the United States. Joseph eBay did not find front end interesting. analysis in the US. He's not doing front end or back end, but I'm sure whatever he learns with community involvement has helped him. So it's okay if you don't do front end, it's okay you don't do back end. Keep showing up. And remember, you are not your job description. Your job description can always change, but of course, you always keep on doing things around tech. So just it's a spotlight for you are not your job description. You can always do something else. And of course, with companies like Microsoft and Amazon in Nigeria, there are so many job descriptions around tech. It has also have to be front end, back end. No, there are so many jobs available. Just tap into the community and see what jobs are available. Another spotlight is Presley. Is Presley there? Presley, can you please stand up and just wait? Please stand up. Thank you. So, Presley was here in 2017, and in 2017, Presley just left the secondary school. Presley was attending as a secondary school student, right? He graduated from Futo this year, and he already has 8 experiences. Yeah, so he graduated maybe different from processing chemistry, but he's doing well instead. So, some other things I want you to note from Presley always applies himself, right? You can see he has open source contributions. Apply yourself, don't just wait. If you're trying to be a backend engineer, apply yourself by contributing to open source. That also helps. Also, you can see he's a volunteer, right? He volunteers for events like this. He's always applying himself. He's always showing up. He showed up in 2017. He has also showed up here every time. And he's doing great. We are all doing it in some way. Another spotlight is Leo and Chinedu. Some of us don't know Leo or Chinedu. So Leo and Chinedu currently work for the same company. And the only way possible is through community, right? Leo knows what Chinedu is capable of, and he's able to link Chinedu to jobs, and they work for the same company. We also have like 10 persons working for Microsoft, right? I think one of the guys works for Microsoft. His roommate works for Microsoft. Another friend of theirs works for Microsoft. That's the benefit of what? Community. With community, you're able to know what you need to do to get a job. You're able to know what jobs are open. You're able to know the interview steps. You're able to know how to negotiate your salary, how to negotiate the benefits. Because not somebody who is already there. Remember, tell you, follow who know. Exactly. If you have mentors who are there, it makes your journey easier. So of course, apart from these spotlights, there are a lot of persons in the community who are doing well, and they apply a lot of these lessons I've mentioned in one way or another. So please, keep showing up, right? Keep doing what you're doing. It might not really look like we are getting there, right? It might not look like we are getting there. But when you connect the dots, looking backwards. You don't connect the dots looking forward. When you look backwards, you see what steps you're taking. So it doesn't matter if you're unemployed, it doesn't matter if you're laid off, it doesn't matter if you have salary costs, it doesn't matter if you have lots of rejection. Just know that we are getting. Yes. And thanks for listening to my talk.
Okay guys, another round of applause for the start. Who wants to volunteer to tell the house what she got from this session? If you want to say something, just raise your hand. Alright. Firstly, introduce yourself and then tell us what you got from the session.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vanessa Ndiko. From this session, I got the 10 lessons, but the one that stood out to me most is to keep showing up, to be consistent in everything you do. Your small steps make a difference in the long run.
The round of applause. Keep showing up your small steps.
Mobility and mind.
Keep showing up your small steps make a difference in the end. So we're going to have an next speaker next in the person of our friend Johnson. A round of applause for him. You go to laugh. You don't know what it's like. You don't know who he is. Anybody sing, please.
It is a seasoned software. Alfred is a seasoned software engineer with professional experience in building both monolithic and microservices architectures. He is committed to delivering high-quality code and collaborating with cross-functional teams to drive success. Alfred is fascinated and enthusiastic about building blockchain solutions and has worked with diverse teams whose goal is to be at the forefront of the Web3 industry. Currently, Alfred is the CTO and co-founder of BonPay Finance.
You guys should clap. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. If you touch that guy for back, recognize him, yeah, that won't be bad. All right, so yeah, to get the slides, you can scan this QR code, so you can follow me or have a copy of the slide. Declare. Why are you all staring at me now? I got those scanning. Are you done? Are you done? Alright, let's move on. Alright, so today I'll be talking about a very technical topic. We have backend developers here, backend engineers. Maybe your hands up. Maybe very well, yeah. Front end. We have designers, those that use CorelDRAW, paintbrush, maybe your hand. Alright, so this is technical, but I'll try to break it down for everyone to understand. And the topic says leveraging microservice architecture with Golang. We have Golang developers. You know when I write Golang? Nobody. You know what the microservices? Microservice. Maybe your hands very well now. You know what microservices is? Maybe your hands. Alright, so I guess the right audience to make speech. So let's move on. I go back to the introduction now, Alfred. Alfred, not code mode. What I say? Alfred, not code mode. I come as co-founder of BonPay Finance. And that's pretty much. On all social media, you can follow me. I'm using that code mode as well. Alright, so let's get started with this. A very technical definition of a microservice. And it says microservices are an architectural approach where an application is composed of small independent services. So I'll start with talking about the opposite of what a microservice is, right? And it's what we call monolithic applications. Who knows what a monolithic application is? So in a monolithic application, it's where you put everything inside. Like this, all services are in one repository. In contrast to microservices, for example, when you're building an e-library system, you can have different services and different services in terms of you can have a service for handling user-related operations. You can have another service for handling uploading of courses, handling content, different services, different applications, different repositories. So breaking down your software into different parts, that's basically microservices. Is it clear? Is it clear? Alright, so quickly let's talk a bit about the importance. Why should we apply microservice architecture, the significance in our lives as software engineers? I'll talk about just three of them because of time. The first is scalability. A very important use case of microservices is to ensure that your application is scalable. That means that your application is able to accept a good number of requests without failing. That's scalability. There's another part of it in terms of containerization, orchestration. We'll talk about that later. Then the second thing there is fault isolation. So when reading microservices, because different parts of the applications are on different repositories, are all different, right? They are not interconnected like directly, right? So when one service fails, the other service is still up and running. For example, I gave an example of using an e-learning platform, right? Let's say the user service is down for registrations and login. We can still have courses service, content service, they will still be up and running. Normally, when you have a monolithic application, right? Once there's an error, the whole application is down. Does it make sense? Alright, so that's one importance of microservices, fault isolation. If it fails on this particular service, it's not meant to affect every other service for your that particular software application. Then technology diversity. So what this means is that while building this particular e-library system, right, I can decide to build the user profile service in Golang. I can decide to build the course service in PHP. I can decide to build the content service in Java. It doesn't really matter the language, right? What matters is that these services are able to communicate with each other. And that's, especially for me, that's a very good importance of building microservices, right? All right, are we following you? You guys are making me shy. So yeah, the main topic, the main thing, right, is around Golang. Golang is a programming language built by Google that is known for its simplicity, performance, comparison, and a very good number of very nice things, right? So we'll talk about a couple of them: simplicity and comparison. I don't know if you can see this. This is a code sample of what a Golang application looks like. It's a very human-readable syntax, unlike Python, unlike C++. So get the point, right? Get the point. Golang is a very appealing language. It's very easy to declare variables. And it has inbuilt libraries that you don't need to do npm install, you know, and the likes of them. Those things that will waste your time. Right? Golang has all these things inbuilt. But basically, we're talking about simplicity. That is, it's very easy to read and write as well. Does it make sense? Do you like Golang? You like it yet? Alright, let's continue. I'll convince you otherwise. Alright, so very important part of Golang, which most companies which implement Golang for their software application is around concurrency. Do you know what concurrency is? Concurrency, wave your hand. Wave your hand very well. I won't ask you what it is, just wave your hand. Alright, so I actually started talking about concurrency. So concurrency is more like I can eat, yes, and listen to music at the same time. That's concurrency. You need to do multiple things at the same time. Not necessarily starting them at the same time, not necessarily finishing them at the same time. That's concurrency. And Go is able to handle concurrency very well. It does this by using what we call Go routines. So Go routines are more like a magical something, right? That is able to handle. It's more like doing things like await and save. JavaScript developers. Yeah, so using Go routines is like more like doing a sync and wait, but it's very pretty much more efficient than the sync and wait. Do you agree? Let's move on. So that's the code sample there. Sorry, it's not visible enough, but you have my These are three of them to talk about. Is it? Data management, tutorial work. Security. The last one. Huh? Deployment and scalability. So the first is data management. It's a very, I'll let you know. How data are handled, right? Different microservices sometimes have different databases from each other, right? Service A has a different database from service B. Most of the time, usually, service A has a different table, manages its own table. Service B manages its own table, different tables, different database. Then, the second thing I want to talk about is polyglot persistence, which talks about using the right database for the right thing. For example, when you did a chat application, please don't use MongoDB. Right? Use the correct database for the right things. That's our polyglot persistence. What's the second thing? Security, right? Alright, so security is a normal thing it's a very important thing that you should consider while using applications, not just microservices. Right? So to ensure your application is secure, there are different security measures that you can implement, using OAuth strategies, and mind you, I'm talking about communication between different microservices. This is interaction between different microservices. So security talks about how to ensure that service A, while service B is sending secure and safe data, right? So to ensure security on a particular service, you can make use of OAuth authentication or JWT authentication. You don't know what JWT is, yeah? JC Web what? JC Web Program. Alright, and the last thing I'll talk about is deployment and scalability. This is for the DevOps guys, right? So there's one thing that I mentioned earlier on that microservices introduced to your software application is that it should be scalable, right? So to enforce scalability on your software application, there are a couple of things that you could do to ensure that this works fine. First is containerization. You don't know what Docker is. Yes or no? Docker. Right, so use Docker to containerize your applications, manage dependencies. And then also for auto-scaling, you can make use of orchestration tools like Kubernetes, K8s, right? So yeah, that's about deployment and scaling. So Kubernetes helps with auto-scaling, right? Let's say a particular service has a whole lot of traffic, right? Kubernetes is able to create another instance of that particular service. That's also, I think that's horizontal scaling. Alright, is it clear? Is it clear? Is it clear? Should I come down? Alright, so let's move on because of time. So yes, in as much as microservices might appear to be the best architecture to use while using your software applications, there are a couple of challenges that might arise. Developing microservices will go offer advantages, but like any other architecture approach, it comes with its own set of challenges. So let's look at a couple of them. This is a lot, or like I did before, let's pick three. The first one. Which one should I talk about? Three of them. The first one. Testing. Testing one. Second one. Error handling, the third one. But I didn't hear you. Data consistency and transaction. So the first thing there is testing, right? It's very important to test your applications. There are different approaches to testing. There are different levels of testing. I won't go deep into the different levels. There is really testing for testing a particular function in the application. There is contract testing, which ensures that two different services are compatible and able to communicate with each other. That's contract test. Then there's automated end-to-end test, similar to contractors, right? Just a way to ensure that service A is able to do everything it has to do and still communicate with other services. Alright, second thing is error handling, right? Yes. So yeah, error handling is very, very important as well. There are different approaches to handling errors. There's making use of circuit breakers, timeouts, retries, and fallback mechanisms. So for error handling, one thing to do that will help you to handle errors properly is logging. L-O-G-G-I-N-G. It cannot be overemphasized. Log everything. What did I say? What did I say? Log everything. Don't log it as password. Log everything. When something fails, log it. When something is successful, log it, right? It's going to help you later in the future for debugging purposes. So that's error handling and resilience. And the last thing to talk about is data consistency and transactions. The solution says adopt an event-driven architecture. So it's usually not compulsory, right? Let's say the microservice A has a particular function to run through, right? It's possible that that particular function is able to trigger another microservice. I don't know if this is making sense. But basically what it means is, let's say, okay, for example, where you're using an e-commerce website, let's say it's in the microservice architecture, where you're using an e-commerce, right? Let's say you place an order. There are different things that will happen when you place an order. There is sending out emails, right? You receive emails when you place an order, right? And a couple of other things. So, to ensure data consistency and transactions, we make use of event-driven architectures. One way is to implement an event-driven architecture using message brokers. I know I'm talking too much jargon, or okay, we're jotting things down. Right? To make use of, what I call it? Make use of what? Yeah, make use of message broker. A very good example of message broker is representative, right? Yeah. So that's going to ensure data consistency and transaction. And using event-driven approach. Am I making sense? No. Alright, let's move on. Alright, so I also want to talk about a couple of tools and frameworks that you use to build microservices in codelab. I'll run through a couple of them. There's GoKit, which helps to start your project. There's API toolkit, very good application that helps you to monitor, document. There are a whole lot of things on API toolkit. There's Kubernetes for deployment and scalability. There's G for creating RESTful API, just like I have Express for creating backend Node.js services. So real world use cases, there are a couple of companies that have switched from using Python, C++, the likes of them, to use Go instead. A couple of them I have here. Uber uses Go since 2015. Most of the services on Uber runs using Golang because of particularly concurrency. SoundCloud uses Golang. Docker is using Golang. Most of features on Docker is built using Golang. And then we see a whole lot of other companies make use of Golang. I think this is where I come to the end of my talk. Thank you so much for listening. One last thing, scan this QR code. Please scan this QR code to rate my talk, suggest improvements, and donate some money. I'm just kidding. So thank you guys so much, and see you guys next year.
Amazing. A round of applause for the money master. What do you guys think about? I'm celebrating one more time. What I thought I to get some free airtime? Want to get some free airtime?
It's only rich kids that say now. Nobody is.
You're not included. You're not included. How can the host be included?
No wahala. Who wants to get free airtime? That's more like it.
Beautiful. So I think just ask your neighbor one question. How fast are your fingers? Well, how fast is your network? My brother. If you're using Glow inside here, I think Glow is working today.
How fast?
Has he answered? If you use an Android phone, please, I'm giving you 2 seconds to set it to one network. Because I'm seeing some Nokia touches that are just coming out from the pocket, from different corners. And they will move the header before you can see it. Alright, so we're going to be flashing. Help me, please. Don't end this career before it starts. I want to come back here next year. Do you guys want me to come back next year? Somebody said no. An angel will slap you. Alright, so it'll be flashed on the screen. And here's the rule. Each airtime will be displayed on the screen for 15 seconds. So I don't have to talk. It will be displayed on the screen for 15 seconds. Now I asked how fast are your fingers. So you have 15 seconds to type probably about 11 digits. And the Lord will help you. Now let me give you a little spoiler. You want to get the spoiler? Each airtime is worth 500 naira. So if you get like 4, you get like a 10. If you don't get anyone, alright, so media, we'll just be displaying the first 4. I'll come back again for the remaining 6. First 4. When you see it, you will know.
When you see it, you will know.
So the thing is, we have MTN, we have Airtel, we have Glow, and choose the one you want to recharge. You can't get all of them. You can't get all of them. Media, are we ready? Don't let their phones waste. They are looking at me already, please. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Sorry.
Or do we play it without the sound? Alright, let's play without the sound. So DJ, just unpause your song. Let's put music in between. Just take the sound, take that off. Thank you. Play without the sound. Do you want sound to come on airtime? Or you want airtime without sound? Airtime without sound. You have headband, please. No sound. Just play for me. So let's just stay sideways.
How fast are your fingers?
How fast are you?
How fast is your network? Go!
Let's go.
Let's get it.
What's the first step for it to be? I think this is Glow, don't you think so? This is Glow, right?
I think it's Airtel.
I think it's my mobile too.
Airtel.
It's my mobile too. No! You should be playing. Don't pause for anybody.
Don't play. Don't pause.
Hey, are you hiding? Why are you doing like that? Use full screen mode. Next. Beautiful.
Please, if you get it, you can't move. If you get no one, close your mouth. Did you get the first one? Oh, wow.
Did everybody get that one? Oh, this is MTN. Wow. Bring out your MTN SIMs. This is MTN. Beautiful. This is definitely Airtel. Definitely Airtel. Yeah, it's only Airtel, huh? Sorry.
No cry.
This is the last one displaying for now. Media. Pause. Yo. May your career not end early.
Amen.
I pray for you. It will not end today.
So, who are the people who got the airtime before?
Which one did you get? Airtel, beautiful. What did you get? Glow, beautiful. Who got MTN?
What did you get?
MTN. There were 2 MTN recharge cards. Okay, the only one was gotten. That one is for who? Share it. You say did he hear that?
Should we pity them? Who was the babe that said she was only MTN?
Which MTN did you get, sorry?
Who was the person? No lie.
The first one.
Right one. Okay, I'll
So the second one we need to replay again. That's past.
Alright, so guys.
We'll bring it back again. Maybe next year's edition. Okay, Media, let's give them some grace. Just play the video for the second one. Second one, just go back. Let's go back. We're helping somebody's career now. Don't be eating something and miss out the game. The person knows that side. Straight bullet.
Alright, get ready. Fastest fingers, fastest network.
So the first one was the one you took, right? Okay. Please don't recharge again, I beg you. Pity this song.
Yes, please, if you've gotten before.
Just pity their career. If you get 10 of them, nobody will get anything. You said let's go, we're not going anywhere. What's happening? Oh Lord. This one has been recharged, don't bother yourself, so they don't block your line.
Vulture.
So I think it's the second one, I mean. That's the next
Alright guys, that's about that. That's enough, oh my god.
No, this is the second one. That wasn't recharged earlier.
Okay.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. The one you have got, pause. Who got it now?
Who got it?
We did. Clap for that guy.
A round of applause for
that guy. So we'll be back.
Alright.
We'll be back.
Now right about now we're going to be inviting one of those sweethearts. We're going to be inviting another person that Olivia, and she's going to be here to teach us some value. A round of applause for Olivia.
A round of applause for her. The next voice we hear will be hers.
Olivia is a software developer at Yema Co-Creation, a Microsoft Windows insider and a technical writer. Beyond code, she's passionate about women's empowerment, using technology as a catalyst for change. As a skilled backend developer, Olivia has spent years honing her skills in programming and software development. Olivia's leadership experience includes serving as the president of the Female Media Network in Owerri.
Keep clapping till she gets to the stage. Olivia Oputa.
Hello everyone, it's nice to be here. I don't know, I kind of feel this. I haven't spoken to this kind of crowd before, but move regardless. I don't know, can I have a slide? Technical issues need technical talk. Okay, so usually I start most of my presentations with a story or an analogy. So I would like to assume everyone here has actually been to a restaurant before. Well, how many of us have been to all those bougie restaurants that require, a membership? Like you have to identify that you're a member to get access to these restaurants. Now, the thing about this restaurant is that you need a membership card or a unique ID to, identify your user. And most times, this kind of restaurants have different levels of membership. You get to see things like silver members, platinum members, gold members, and whatnot, basically. Yeah. So different levels of membership give you access to different or specific sections in that restaurant. You can actually liken this analogy to authentication and authorization, whereby authentication is you presenting your membership card at the entrance of the restaurant, and authorization is basically you getting access to specific sections of that restaurant based on your membership level. Yeah. Okay, I was supposed to give an introduction, but the citation has already done that. Hello everyone, I'm Olivia, tech writer, software developer, and whatnot. Okay, just a quick disclaimer. I I don't intend on boring the non-techies in the house. So I'm going to try my best to simplify things as much as possible. Yeah, and I believe this is a concept we should all be familiar with as it has to do with security of our applications, right? I hope all will be. Okay. So just to ease up the tension from the non-techies in the house, I would like us to know that we've all interacted with authenticated platforms before. I mean, you've been able to log into your TikTok account, your Facebook account, your Instagram. Yeah, so you can just click on sign up if you've not created an account yet. For those of us that scan the code, you can just do this quickly. Click on sign up and then you're taken to another page. And one thing about Kind is that all this is on Kind, basically. Like you don't have to write so much code, but you can make edits to your code, right, to suit your organization's needs, basically. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know, the network is not allowing me to my demo very well, but then move on regardless. Can we go back to my slide, please? Okay, this is the platform, it's already up. So you can sign in, put in your first name, put in your last name, your email, or you can use the social outs that you can sign in using Google, your Twitter, and whatnot, and then you create an account. Now, one thing about Kind is that once you click on create account, you're going to get an email, basically with your OTP code. I don't know how many of us have created an account and then you realize that something is sent to your email, telling you to like put in a code or something, you also get that. And you're not even going to set up that email by yourself. It's going to be like a custom template from Kind. You can edit that on your dashboard yourself. Yeah, and you can put in your organization's brand, your organization logo, colors, and whatnot, basically. Yeah. So this is basically him. I think he's signing up using Gmail right now. Yeah. Thank you, Internet Network. But it's all good. Please can you go back to the slides? The network is quite bad. But then please ensure you go through the article because it gives a step-by-step guide on how to integrate Kind into your application. Yeah. Let's go back to the slide. Back. Yeah, so this is a QR code for you to scan to read the article. So I know some persons will be asking why Kind exactly? Why can't I just use Auth0, the regular platform? One thing you should know that Auth0 is quite expensive, Kind is kind of cheaper than Auth0, that's number one. Number two, seamless integration. Number three, you can actually customize your brand needs. You understand? Like you can put in your brand logo and so many other stuff, your brand color. And that thing is user management. You can easily you don't really need to create like your own admin dashboards, maybe like suspend users, delete users, and all those things. So you can do that on your dashboard from Kind, basically. So on Kind you can suspend your users, you can delete users, you can add users manually from Kind dashboard. You don't have to like create a separate account. Probably, you need like a front end dev to do that. You still need like a back end dev to do that too. So you can do that with Kind on your Kind dashboard, basically. So that's it. Yeah. So at this point, I'd like to acknowledge a few persons. Chibueze and Joy for her support so far, and Chibueze for helping me proofread my slides and my articles. Yeah. And thank you so much. I don't want to waste anybody's time, so I made my presentation as short as possible. So you can connect with me on GitHub, Twitter, and LinkedIn, basically. Yeah, thank you.
Can we celebrate one more time? I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing that with all the Spanish in here, DJ help my career, please. Help my life. It's amazing that with all the Latin in here, somebody has been an app with that Latin. Is that true? So can we celebrate that one more time? It's not easy. I mean, I saw when he was talking, and he put up a slide with some codes. And I looked at the faces of some people, they just went, what kind of nonsense is this? If you're part of them, just be even beat you, don't worry. It does not mean I'll defend you, sharp, but but yeah, people are viewing things. Let's celebrate her one more time. It's not easy. It's not easy. Alright, so we'll be taking our next speaker. The next voice we hear will be hers. Media, over to you.
Joy is a highly skilled software engineer with a passion for building innovative technology solutions. In addition to her technical expertise, Joy is also a dedicated community co-leader for Google Developer Community Owerri, Women Technicals Ambassador for Owerri Community, and Pi Ladies Imo Lead. Joy is known for her exceptional communication skills and ability to collaborate effectively with both technical and non-technical stakeholders. She's also a strong proponent of agile methodologies and is experienced in working in fast-paced, dynamic environment.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? Can you see my voice? Alright, so it's actually said that you can hear me. So, thank you very much. My humble self, I'm at Joy N. And so I need to calm myself, that's all right. Anyways, my humble self, I'm at Joy N. I'll be talking about revolutionizing scalable design solutions. I know how many of us are working in a tech firm here or in a company anywhere. Are we all newbies? Should I change my topic? Okay, let me change my topic. Finding your niche in tech. Is that okay? Alright, so I believe that even if you're not working for a company, you have the mindset of working for a company tomorrow, or owning a company tomorrow, right? Either ways, there will be a company, right? So I'm talking about how you can be able to build a well-designed solution that is more scalable, right? So, and the question now is, when we talk about design system, what comes to your mind? So from the little research I did, right, they said that design system is actually a comprehensive set of guidelines, right? So when you're building a system, right, there's one thing, if you don't plan your system well, there's every tendency that it's not turned out well. True or true? Alright. So that's why design system is actually very, very much important. Yeah, you can build your system, you will that platform, you might finish building that website. But what happens when they want to expand? What happens when a whole lot of people now come into that code base and the company is having higher number of tractions? People, a whole lot of people are now using your product. What happened then? Are you going to start from the beginning, from average to build a fresh product? Or you're going to literally I don't know how you want to modify it. So that's why right from the inception, it's good to plan the system that you want to build. And what are the things that you're planning when you're building a system? The first thing I put here is actually knowing the key components when you're planning a system. Now, this top centers on front-end engineers, right? The back-end have their ways in planning a system. I think I'll jump into that. I don't have much time, so I won't explain much. Talk about the color palette. What is that color, that symbol that your company is being known for, right? What is the fonts, that the topologies, the components that, okay, if you see Google products, you know that this is Google, right? If you see green, red, which other color does Google have? Alright, so this is actually Google's product, right? So this is actually how they design their system. They have their fonts. Like when we are doing our designs, there are some things they will show and be like, no, this is not actually, it's not in conform with what we are actually representing our day. We cannot go back, right? They will have to go back and have to restructure it. When we are, and for this program, they gave us some assets. This is what you follow to build your own design. Because of this, we follow it because anything that we do outside that does not represent Google and does not represent their products. So that's why even a child that maybe 5-year-old that is actually conversant with internet, once they see Google or whatever, they can easily identify it and any other products, right? So that's one of the importance of design system. Then we talk about the components, the layouts, the grids. There are a whole lot of them, right? There's this other one. How do you want your users to feel? That's for storytelling pattern. How do you want your users to feel when they read your story? For the content creators inside the company, they have all those things set out. So as the owner of the company, as the senior engineer, or as the system architects, this is actually your responsibility to put those things in order so that when you're employing whoever that you're employing in the company, they will not come and start designing a different thing altogether. And there's the sense that, okay, your code base, there's a particular sector whereby, okay, this is where the font is, and this is what the particular variable you need to call that font, right? With that, somebody will know maybe how can I get this particular font code? You have already designed it on that, just for them to call that variable, to not call the font and every color that you need for that. That's because you have your design system set in this layouts already. Then the next slide, let me go back, is the stack identification. So after you are done putting all these things in place, you now start thinking about, okay, what stack should I produce my product with, right? Once you're able to identify the stack, I think that's when you now jump into the next stage. Most of you will be like, okay, how can I know the stack I'm going to build my product with? I think that's what brought us into this low-level design and high-level design, right? So the low-level design and the high-level design. So let me start with the high-level design. When you're talking about the high-level design, we're talking about the general structure of a particular system, which encompasses both the front end and the back end, right? I did some flow on it. Disclaimer, this design was actually done by my friend, my tutor, right? My friend tutor, right? So I couldn't come up with a design, but I will explain the flow here. This is actually the user of your product, and this is the order that the front end clients, how are they going to, if they come to your system, how are they going to use your system? What feeling would they have? What's the general structure of that particular system? So this is actually when they send the request of the order to the middle tier, and there's another one. I couldn't get all of them on the same. This is when they get the request on the middle tier. This is the database, right? And on the top is where you now say, okay, where will the deployment be like, and the SDK and the rest of it. I'm just actually trying to rush so that because of time. So this is how you kind of decide to set it up. And also knowing if you're looking for jobs in farming company and you're talking about designs, your design interview, right? I think this is one of the questions they ask. This is one of the design questions, and if everybody is illustrate this in well, I think maybe you might stand a chance to get the job. I don't know if my boss from a farm company actually experienced it. So what I'm trying to say is that it's actually very important to know how your design flow works. So it's better to first understand the high-level design, because the high level is what both the backend and the front end will, okay, they will now say this is how the flow will be communicating the database and also the user experience. Then we'll now talk about the low-level design. The low-level design is now where you now start explaining the base of buttons, the components of those systems, the grids of those systems, right? How is the buttons going to be? What is the font? How will the inputs going to be, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like here they say that there's a UI library, there is JS and a whole lot of it. So once you're able to define this, then before you choose a tech stack, once you are done listing this thing, then from what you listed, choosing a tech stack, now ask you, when I mean text, I'm talking about the programming language, like going to use for it, right? You now have to say, okay, which of the programming language will I use? Which one is more maintainable? Because if you want to use a programming language, it's another thing that they don't have engineers that maintain it and update in the future. Thereby, maybe at the end of the day, you might decide to change the programming language, thereby redesign the system all over again. So ensure that that programming language have people, engineers that are maintaining it, or is an open source, where a whole lot of people are maintaining it and it's actually strong, right? So I think my time is up, right? So just learn about sequential diagram, the component-based architecture, and infrastructure tracking and logging of the system, how you want to log the errors to your end node, the button usability, so that when there is an issue, you know how to handle it and tackle it. So I think that's where I'll stop, but I will stop with, as we navigate the future of design, let's continue to push the boundaries, challenge the status quo, and revolutionize the way we approach scalability of design. Thank you very much.
A round of applause again for Ms. Joy. Ms. Joy is the reason why we have so much and we have the edge. The reason why we have commented with Owerri. She's the backbone to the design was so for this event. Okay, right about now we're going to be having someone to just make a short announcement for us. Let's invite Mr. Chukuma on stage, please. A round of applause for you. Is it just not switch to the backbone?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. While I was coming in, I saw two big, that's luxurious bus or what? And what was written there was very interesting technology, very good. And like you guys are representing. Do I have anybody from the Department of Information Technology? Great. Information. I left that place some years back, and I'm happy to fire us upon it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chukuma, and I'm the convener of Imo Startup Weekend, and I just have a few minutes to spend with you, and I'm out. What we advocate for is startup. That's the only thing we advocate for. Why you do what you do in Google Developers community? Why you do all the things you do in your tech group, your tech meeting? It is important that we build startups. Not everybody will end up building a startup. Some of us will go ahead and become co-founders, some of us CTOs and all that. Some of us will be one of the top talents in some of these startups. But it is still important that we keep preaching that message so that those of you that have the tenacity, those of you that have the you want to build a startup and you don't know how to build it. That is what the Imo Startups community is all about. Whenever we have our meetings, what we discuss basically are the things around building a startup. What you need to know, the processes that are involved, people that have built a startup or people that are currently building, how do they do it and all that. That's basically what we do in a typical Imo Startups or in a typical startup weekend conference or startup meeting. And on the 2nd of December, which is next week Saturday, we're going to be having such meeting here in the city of Owerri at Imo Digital Learning Center, and we've selected guys that are already building stuff. It's not easy to build in this country, in case you don't know. And that is why some of you who know you're scared to build, you prefer to just be the programmer or the developer working for the company. And that is why we have a lot of brain drain in Owerri, because we develop the talents here and Lagos come take them away and all that. How many of you know the 5 top startup cities in Nigeria? You know the 5 top startup cities in Nigeria? Top of the list is where? Lagos. Followed by where? Abuja. Followed by where? Ibadan. Followed by where? Port Harcourt. And followed by where? Enugu. That's the top 5 cities. So what we are just advocating is let's keep building. We're not going to get there overnight. Let's keep building till we put ourselves
on that map. Imo State is on that map because it's going to be an amazing one for us. There will be more opportunities, there will be more jobs, there will be a whole lot. That will attract a whole lot. So please, on Saturday, join us. The links on the internet. I think Gospel said he has shared the link. We'll still try to share that link again. Register for the conference and try to be there. One of our top guys in the Southeast South region, who is a very serious advocate of the whole startup, is going to be there. That's Uche. That's the convener for Startup South. How many of you know about Startup South? You heard? Yes, he's going to be there to teach us how to build a startup from secondary cities. And I hope you know those of us living in the Southeast South, we are actually secondary cities, right? How many of you have entered for a competition and you just know that the only thing that messed you up is your location? How many of you have been in that situation? I've been in that situation. Like, there was one I qualified for. I do media. I run a club called Equity Square. It's a creative and cultural innovation hub, basically. We qualified for a British Council Multiplier Lab program. The truth is, all the ideas were amazing, but the only thing that messed us up is that our location is where? Try. We need to change that narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hope to see you this week Saturday.
Alright guys, so let's start off. We need more startups to wear. That's the information. Next we're going to be having on stage Mr. Amadi Osni, and he's going to be teaching us about cloud career landscapes. Round about us themselves.
Amadi Austin is a seasoned professional with a background in both software engineering and cloud solutions architecture. His experience includes a significant tenure as a senior software engineer at Bento Africa and Blowtech, where he contributed to the development of innovative solutions. Presently, he works as a cloud solution architect at Microsoft, where he leverages his expertise to design and implement cutting-edge cloud solutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we tired? Yes. Should I step down? Maybe we'll go on the way and we'll come back. I want to give small updates. Starting with updates. Okay, I can continue, right? Okay, all right. Media, please, my slide. Okay, today I want to speak on cloud career landscape. So I think one of the speakers earlier, Kosi, she spoke about cloud. So she went into details about the whole cloud technologies, the whole cloud concepts and all that. But I want to talk more on the career landscape. So if by any chance any one of us here wants to venture into cloud computing, so this is like, this particular section will be very, very helpful to you. Yeah. So personally, I previously had a background in software engineering or software development before I ventured into cloud computing. Yeah. So let me just, so what is cloud computing? So I believe the first speaker explained cloud computing. So let me just give an overview of cloud computing. So we'll be on the same page. Okay, so let me ask this question. So let me just ask this question. So do you know why OPay service, you know OPay services, right? Do you know why it's very much more faster than other traditional banks like First Bank, Access Bank? Can anyone answer that? Like if you do transfer now from, if you do transfer from OPay and if you do transfer from another bank, the one you did from OPay will
go faster, like the person will receive it, while the other one is still on its way to its destination. Do anyone know the reason why that is happening? Even money points, I believe money points is also fast like that, right? Yeah. So can anyone please? Anyone? Okay, so now when we talk about the cloud, so like the first thing I said, clouds are servers that are located remotely somewhere, right? So these clouds now, they are being backed up by big companies. They have the best infrastructure that you can ever think of, right? Then you have what we call on-premises environment. So on-premises environment is like the same way you have your laptops here, but we call them like servers. We have server racks on-premises. So why open services are very much faster is because they leverage cloud technologies. Why our traditional banks, they make use of server racks. If you go to their banks, maybe their headquarters, you see they have piles of servers that runs all these applications. And most of these servers are kind of far back outdated. They are kind of outdated, right? So maybe the hardware companies that they are running, the maintenance makes them maybe slower. But all these new technologies that are leveraging cloud services that are being hosted remotely somewhere are being managed by big companies like Microsoft, Google, AWS, Amazon, So those services remotely works very much faster than those organizations that are using on-premises servers. So these on-premises servers now, you can see maybe First Bank, they have their own on-premises server located on their office. You understand? Why maybe new startups coming up, they don't want to go through that route. They want to make use of cloud services. So whenever you hear about cloud computing, so it's all about making use of high advanced technologies, high advanced computers located remotely somewhere that are being managed by big companies. That's just the concept. So if you are studying, if you want to go into the cloud, what you are trying to do is you are trying to understand how those advanced technologies, advanced computers work. That's what, just understand them, how they work, how you can see the way you turn on this computer, how can I turn on the computer on the cloud? The way you have your flash drives, how can I create a flash drive on the cloud? So if you are going to the cloud, these are the things that you need to have in mind. Okay, this is how I do on my personal landscape, on my personal environment. How can I replicate this on the cloud? So you now see, that's the introduction, that's the introduction of cloud computing. I think I've explained this slide, maybe I'll share it, you can go through this. So we have many companies that have cloud infrastructures. So this is the start as of 2018, but this might also improve as of recent. So we have AWS, so you have Azure, you have GCP, which is Google Cloud, you have IBM, we have Oracle, and we have Alibaba. So these are the top main kinds that manage this cloud infrastructure currently. So if you are looking into cloud career, you have to have all these things in mind. So either you want to study AWS cloud environment, or Azure cloud environment, or GCP, any of it. You can also choose one, and we can start from one, you can start from two, you can start from all of them. But the general concept is that they have the same concept. Once you can understand one, how one works, you can easily replicate and understand how the other one also works. So this is just the landscape of the cloud companies you can start from. So we have roles in cloud computing. So like I said earlier, the way you manage your computers, like these computers now, someone is controlling them, playing music, maybe sending files from one place to another. The way you do that, that's also how people are studying how to replicate those functionalities on the cloud. So let's say, for example, I'm building an application, right? I can set to host an application on my computer and make it to be online. But the downside of it now is that application will be running on my computer resource, right? And to when many people are accessing those resources. You understand? So my computer might even break down, and my computer has to be on 24 hours for it to serve people at any point in time. So, but if I now want to duplicate that activity or that particular action on the cloud, I have to study that concept, the concept of what I'm doing. So, in the cloud now, you have many rules that you can venture into, right? So, it's not all about coding, doing this. There are many things you can do on the cloud. So, the first one I have on my list is cloud architect. So, which is my role at Microsoft. So, what do we do? So, let's say, for example, most of these traditional banks like Access Bank, First Bank, they now want to leverage cloud technologies to also make their services fast, right? So, what do? They will say, okay, they will come to Microsoft. Microsoft, we want to move some of our on-premises servers to the cloud. So Microsoft will not tell us, okay, we are assigning you to First Bank. Go to First Bank, help them study their on-premises environment, design an architectural diagram that is going to represent that environment for them on the cloud and start that deployment. So as a cloud architect now, you are responsible for studying the on-premises servers you have on a particular company. You design it, have a diagram of that environment, replicate that diagram on the cloud, and deploy those resources the way they are on-prem. So by doing that now, this particular bank now is now using or leveraging the cloud technology. Then we have the cloud engineer. So a cloud architect can also be a cloud engineer. So a cloud engineer is more like building these resources on the cloud. Then you have the cloud developer. So this is more like as an application developer, maybe as a DevOps engineer here. So you can also develop applications using cloud services. Then you have cloud administrator. So if you work, maybe you can also study about how to do various administrative tasks on the cloud. Like for example, spinning virtual machines, creating storage, maybe implementing networking concepts, right? So there's a lot of administrative tasks you can do. So these are roles. You can easily Google each of these particular roles, understand them as, okay, I want to start from here. So it can give you an idea of where to start. So you can say, okay, I want to be a cloud architect. So you go about cloud architect and what do I need to be a cloud architect? Understand the concepts. I want to be a cloud engineer. I want to be a cloud developer, cloud administrator, cloud consultant. Some people, what they do is to consult. You just go to them and consult. I want to move, let's say for example, I want to move 3 racks of servers to the cloud. So you consult, you meet them, how can I do this? They will advise you. Use this particular type of VM on the cloud. Why doing that? This is the kind of networking topology you are going to use. It might be hub and spoke network topology. Why doing that? This is the kind of storage that you are going to use. So they will give you that advice on how to go about moving that particular structure to the cloud. Then you can be a class security engineer. So your security is very, very important. So most people now focus on security. So after moving all these resources to the cloud, how can I make them secure, right? So you can also decide, okay, I want to be a class security engineer. You go how to be a security engineer. You can have videos on YouTube. There are many exams that will also come to that later. You can leverage on that and build your career on class security. You also have DevOps engineer. You have data engineering scientists. You even have cloud sales. So even this cloud sales now is, for me, is more lucrative now, because if you have the idea of how clouds work, you can easily sell it to all these major enterprise organizations. And once you can do that, you have a very good skill set that you can leverage to get a job in any company that have cloud infrastructure. So these are roles in cloud computing. So if you want to go into cloud, these are the various roles you can look into or you can start from. So each of them now is very, very deep. So you just start from somewhere. Like I normally do. If I want to learn something, I'll just simply use Google. How do I do this? Google kind of give you a head start. From there, you move in or start researching on what else. Then, so we have evolution of the past career. So the analogy I used earlier about OPay and other traditional banks is just this. So you can see other traditional banks are making use of old infrastructure, old ways of hosting applications, right? And they're making use of like old hardwares. That's why you do transfer, it takes a while. There are like network glitches here and there. But all these new services that are coming are now making use of cloud infrastructures only, no hybrid scenario. So that's why they're much more faster. And all these traditional banks, they're not planning to move their resources to the cloud. So that's not the evolution of the cloud. So everybody is going to the cloud. So even if you're a software engineer or a software developer, you are building applications. The applications, you are hosting them on the cloud. So everything is residing on the cloud. So just think the cloud as an environment or an estate. So we have everybody is moving to or relocating to. So if you don't have a plan of moving to that particular location, everybody will leave you behind. So you just be there on your own. So you need to also start making, if you're a software developer, like me, I was a software engineer, right? But currently now I'm a cloud solution architect. My whole activity is now on the cloud. So demand for cloud skills, like I said earlier, everybody is moving to the cloud. So if you are preparing, if you are doing anything, you have to be thinking cloud-wise. If you are building an application, you have to be thinking, one of the speakers talk about microservices. So if you want to build microservices, have your different services running on different containers, they are all going to reside on the cloud. You can't manage that kind of architecture on premises or using your local servers, right? So if you are doing that, it's very crazy. You can't even manage that. So all these modern architectures leverage cloud technology to function properly. So the demand for cloud skills is high and the pay is very, very high. So if you're able to land a job in any cloud career rules, you will be earning a huge amount of money. And the skill is a worldwide skill. So it's not specific to a particular region, it's a worldwide skill. Once you can apply for a job from anywhere, even in your house, with your phone, once you know what you are doing. So how can you not get all these skills? The goal that I listed earlier, how can you get all these skills? So you start by reading, watching videos, buying courses online, then to now certify that you actually know this, you take certification exams, right? So like me, before I first of all interned with Microsoft, I wrote a lot of exams on Azure. So I read some, I passed some. It's very, it's not an easy exam. So you write a whole lot of exams. So writing those exams kind of test your abilities, whether you can actually be good on a particular role. So if you want to be a DevOps engineer, we have specific exams that you need to take on DevOps engineer. And the exams, they are not free, they are professional exams. You can pay up to, I think the least one I think was like $80. So, and if you fail it, you have to repay again. So it's not something that you need to fail. So you need to pass it first time, if not to repay. So these are things that you need to. So for Microsoft Azure, because that's where I focus mainly. So you have many exams. You have the AC900, you have AC104, AC204, AC304, AC500. So these are exams, right? So if you want to go into class, so let's say for example you want to go into class security as a class security engineer, so you have the AC500 for you for Azure, on Azure. AWS also have their own specific exam. GCP also have their own specific exam for each of those roles I listed earlier. Sorry. Then, so for Azure, if you're interested in Azure Cloud, if you want to venture into Azure, so these are the roadmap looks like. So first of all, the first exam we are going to take is AC900, which is Azure Fundamental. So that will test your skill set on the basics of cloud computing on Azure. But the truth about all these cloud technologies is that they have the same concept. Right? Like me currently, I also work with AWS, right? And there are some customers that I normally work with, they are kind of hybrid hybrid customers. They work with all clouds like GCP and AWS, right? So once you understand the concept of Azure, you can get that concept on AWS, right? You can also replicate it on GCP. They have the same concept, the same networking concept. Once you understand all these concepts, you can easily replicate. So our advice is start from somewhere. So this is the roadmap. We have AZ900, then from AZ900 we have AZ104. So you can just check this out later. So these are the various exams you can write. And once you have these certifications, you are eligible to apply for cloud job roles. Once you have, like, let's say for example, I have the security, AZ500. So once I can pass this exam, I'll just go to LinkedIn and type for cloud security engineer roles. Once I can apply with this certificate. And any company that sees that you have this certificate, we kind of give you that open air to, or that you kind of have an advantage over others in applying for that role. Because they know that this exam is not easy to pass. Then you have data engineer, you have solution architect. Like the last exam I took was the solution architect expert, which is AZ300, but it's not AZ305. You also have DevOps engineer expert. So this is the roadmap. So if you want to get started, you have your Azure 900, AZ900 fundamentals to start with. So we have career paths and advancements. So basically, if you want to start, pick one cloud technology like Azure, AWS. Pick one. Google how to get started on this. You see the whole rules I listed. You have the roadmap for each role, and you can easily get started from there. You have many free resources online to help, especially on YouTube. I leverage videos on YouTube a lot. You can see many playlists on YouTube for each of those roles. So with that, you can easily have a clear understanding of how your career is going to look like on the cloud. Thanks.
Telling us opportunity on the cloud. So guys, I think that we're receiving a lot of value from this. You're receiving a lot of value from this section. Yay! Yay! Thank you guys. So I know that we're next week, so well, after this week, I will be having something to just like get us all like so we're going to call on the popularity as that same way, and she's going to be talking about building for the latest web billion users. Building for next web billion users. So let's invite Ms. Yuri Agatse. A round of applause for her, please.
Glory is the co-founder of Active Innovative Technology. She has created a thriving training and co-working space hub in the heart of Phuket. She's also the co-founder of Zide, a decentralized borderless payment solution. With a gift for words, Glory's technical writing has become a beacon of clarity in the often complex world of technology. Glory's impact doesn't stop there. Through her visionary leadership, Active Innovative Technology has become a melting pot of innovation, attracting talents from all walks of life.
Hello, how you guys doing today? Okay, so first of all, I'm very happy to be here today. Part of what was not said when you were introducing me is the fact that I didn't come here alone. I actually came with my family. I am married and with 2 kids at the moment. Thank you very much. So I decided to say that, most especially for the ladies, because sometimes we ladies, we feel like when we get married, that's it, like we can't do what we have been doing before. So that's the reason I had to bring that out. So, and apart from that, I'm the GDG lead for Eggheads in Akwa Ibom State, so I came all the way from Akwa Ibom to attend this event. And once again, like I said, I'm very, very happy to be here. One reason for that is the fact that my husband is from Owerri. His village is not so far from here. So we just decided to visit the village using this opportunity. Okay, yeah, thank you very much for that. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about building for the next billion Web3 users. But before I do that, when speaking to audience like this, I always like to know the demography of my audience. And while I was sitting there, I can understand from, I think one of the speakers asked how many of you do backend. I saw a few hands up, and how many of you are into front-end development? I saw some hands as well, but some areas were not touched, which is how many of you are just starting your tech career, like you're just starting? You've not started, but you're in this meeting and you're planning to make a decision after this session or after this gathering. If you're that person, can I see your hand? Can you raise it well? Okay, so we still have some people that are about to start. Okay, and if you are here, you are already into blockchain development. Can I see your hand up? You're already building in the Web3 space. Okay, cool. Please can you raise it up properly? So that's when I want to talk. I don't know whether I should go deep or on the surface. Okay, I'm not seeing any hand upstairs. No Web3 developer upstairs or building on the Web3 space, whether as a designer or as a community manager. Any Web3 person up there? Alright, so first of all, okay. So basically these are some of the things we're going to look at today. Introduction to blockchain and crypto, the current state of the industry, key trends and developments, what is account abstraction, how to transition into Web3, future possibilities, and challenges, some of the challenges that we're going to look at. So first, what is blockchain? How many of you are just hearing the word blockchain for the first time? Okay, good. So that means most of you already know what blockchain is. So this is just internet's definition of blockchain. But I like to describe or define blockchain as a ledger system, a bookkeeping system. How many of you are familiar with accounting, like bookkeeping and accounting? Okay, lest I forget, I always like to mention this. My background is actually in banking and finance and accounting. So I'm not a computer science graduate. For those that are thinking maybe you have to be a computer scientist or a computer graduate before you can dive into tech or do whatever what these other guys are doing, you don't have to. So blockchain, like I said, it's a bookkeeping system. So it's a ledger system, it's distributed, and that's why it's called blockchain, because it's not just in one place. The bookkeeping is not just happening in one place or in one book. So it's just distributed across different nodes, so it can be accessed anywhere by anyone. So now, if you are familiar with our banking system, you notice that every account of individuals are private to them. So you have to go to the bank, maybe give the bankers your account details or your account number, so to speak, for them to check your account balance, right? Is that correct? So, but in terms of blockchain, I don't need to give nobody have control over my account. And I don't need to give the bank or anyone that's like a centralized system, which we currently operate in our traditional finance or in our traditional banking system. So I don't need to give anybody my account number for the person to be able to check my account balance. By just you having my wallet address, you can easily go to the Block Explorer and check whatever it is I have in my account. So everything is open. You can access it anywhere. So that's one thing you need to know about blockchain. Then what is cryptocurrency? So most of the time, some of us, we actually think blockchain is cryptocurrency. It's way more than that. So because there are a lot of solutions that are being built on top of the blockchain. And blockchain and cryptocurrency is just one aspect of it. And it's a digital currency. It's virtual. It's not something you can actually touch. Like with fiat currency, you can touch and feel the paper of the money you're holding, whether it's coin or paper, you can feel it. But in terms of cryptocurrency, it's virtual, and you can't really feel it, but it has value. So one thing again is that most of the time when people hear the word blockchain or cryptocurrency, what comes to their mind is always Bitcoin. I believe most of you are familiar with this symbol, right? Okay, so just so you know, blockchain or cryptocurrency is not Bitcoin. There are many currencies. There are many other currencies out there apart from Bitcoin. So cryptocurrency is not what? Sorry, yeah, this cryptocurrency is not what? Alright, fine. Okay, yeah, so there are different benefits of blockchain. One of these are availability, reduced cost, that's transaction cost, network distribution, security, transparency, automation, and decentralization, and tokenization as well, which are some of the importance or benefits of the blockchain. And what are the use cases you might want to ask, or you might be wondering, where do we use blockchain? On which platform or which solution do we need to use blockchain for? So some of these solutions that you can build or use blockchain on are such as supply chain, e-commerce and retail, gaming. In the gaming industry, you can make use of it. Real estate, healthcare, banking and finance, and many other industries. So in the banking and finance industry, for instance, it's what you now call DeFi, that's decentralized finance. So there are many other areas we can actually make use of blockchain. So I had to search for some statistics, a few statistics proving the current state of the blockchain. First of all, the blockchain is still growing. You see a new technology. That's why at the moment from the sample I did now, I can see that very few persons are already in the space, and that means there are still a lot of opportunities for other people to come into the space. So right now, this particular statistics was done in 2019. So as of 2019, about 2 million people have created blockchain wallets. So if you have interacted with the blockchain before, or interacted with any DApp before, can I see your hand? Like you're a crypto fan. Oh, cool. That's nice. Alright, so yeah, as of 2019, we had like 2 million persons who have actually created a wallet. So for those persons that have created wallets before, or maybe interacted with one or two dApps before, they most likely would have used Binance or Trust Wallet or MetaMask, things like that. Is that correct? Okay, yeah. So there's a 3 times rise in blockchain-related LinkedIn job posting. So since it's a new technology, there are still opportunities, like I said earlier, and as at this time as at the time this statistics was taken, there was a rise in terms of blockchain-related jobs. So if you go on LinkedIn, you'll be seeing jobs. Once you just search for blockchain developer job or blockchain-related jobs on LinkedIn, you'll be seeing them there, and there has been a rise. And even as I'm speaking right now, it's far more than what is there, right? What is on the screen. So there's also a 50 times growth so far. The blockchain space has also witnessed 50 times growth and 16 times increase, 200 average number of monthly ICOs, 14 countries preparing to even make cryptocurrency one of their core native currency, so to speak, like adding it to their fiat currency. And then there's also 2.1 billion global blockchain solutions so far, and the blockchain solution has recorded a lot of growth and improvements over time. So, in as much as all these things are happening, there are still a lot of challenges facing the blockchain space, and one of these is scalability, regulatory challenges. Some countries, I think, at some point in time in Nigeria, the government of the day, even up to now, I guess, the government of the day didn't want to hear anything about crypto. Is that correct? So there are many other countries like that that are also facing similar regulatory challenges. And there was, an event that happened in Akwa Ibom, Tech Week event. I met with one of the Paystar guys, and I was talking about what we are doing, and it was like, Paystack, they don't want to hear anything about crypto. Why? Because of the policies on ground in Nigeria. So because if they want to support what the crypto guys are doing or building, it's going to affect their own business. They might be shut down because of the government of the day. So these are some of the challenges facing the crypto space at the moment. And then there's also security concerns. So because things are open and distributed, it also calls for security challenges as well. Many people have lost a lot of money in this space because sometimes this is due to not knowing how to safeguard yourself in this space, because there are a lot of things you need to know as a crypto user or as somebody building on this space in order for you not to get hacked or lost your funds. Then environmental impact, user-friendly interfaces, education and awareness. So let me talk about those two. So for the user interface, this is also one big challenge in the Web3 space, because first of all, one of the things that actually attracted me to the blockchain space was, first of all, I got really excited when I built my first app, and then, once you come to a Web3 application, a Web3 app, the first thing you see is connect wallets, like a button to connect wallets. Is that correct? So at first, that was really exciting. Like, once you see that, once somebody comes to your side, the person just know that this is a Web3 solution because they have seen connect wallets, right? So there are many things you have to do as a user to be able to find your way around the Web3 space, and that's another thing that calls for education. So many people need to understand how the Web3 space works, how they can interact with this system. And this flow is quite complicated, and that's what brings me here. Now, how do we onboard the next billion users to the Web3 space? Now, because Web3 is a bit complicated for the normal user, the regular user to use, so it's not like what we are already used to, like our traditional finance. You can just go to an app and then maybe do a transfer. You don't need to create an account, like generate, like connect your wallet, do all those things, get your wallet address, fund your account, then before you now transact and things like that. Those many protocols and process. So at the moment, we currently have more than 4.6 billion Web2 users. So how do we bring this number or even more into the Web3 space? So that brings me to what I call, or what we have, those that are already building on the Web3 space. Some of you would maybe most likely already know what I'm talking about here. So what is account abstraction? So I told you earlier that navigating around the Web3 space is kind of a bit complicated, and so account abstraction has actually come to reduce that complexity, so make the whole flow of Web3 as easy and as smooth as what you as a user are already used to in the Web2 space. So now, if you are a smart contract developer, you know that there is what we call, first of all, there are two kinds of accounts. Let me just explain it this way. And then there's what we call smart accounts and EOA. So EOA is external wallet, externally owned accounts. And then there is smart accounts or smart contract accounts. So now those accounts, the accounts you generate when you connect your wallets and create accounts, maybe with MetaMask or Trust wallets. That's an EOA account. Okay? And then the one that gets generated when you deploy a contract, that's the smart contract account. Do you understand? Are we together? Okay, so now what account abstraction is trying to do is that we don't want you to continue to think about the long wallet address. I believe for those of you that have interacted with the blockchain before, you already know that once you create an account, the wallet address is usually very long, and then you have to save it. They tell you save it somewhere that you wouldn't forget, because it's like just like you going to the bank and then you're giving the bank as your account number for them to be able to developer, or I'm just getting started, how does this even concern me, or what do I need to do to get started on the Web3 space? How many of you are interested in looking at what's happening on the Web3 space? Maybe I went to developer or, okay, yeah, cool. So, now if that is the case, from the statistics I got, we already have more than 28.7 million developers in the world today. So that's a lot, right? And then we currently have about 18,000 active Web3 developers at the moment. Are you seeing the gap? So from 28 million developers to 18,000 active. Every month, about 3,000 more developers are entering the Web3 space. So what does that tell you? It means there's still a lot of time and opportunity for those that are thinking of getting into the Web3 space for them to get started. So for those asking or wondering, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to get started on the Web3 space? It's very simple. So if you're already a developer building stuff, whether backend, front-end, or whatever you do, it's very easy for you to be part of the space. So first of all, if you could still maintain being a front-end engineer, for instance, and building on the Web3 space. That means all you just need to do is to acquire some additional skills that will help you to know how to interact with DApp on the front end. So if you're a back-end person, you probably want to focus on writing smart contracts, like being a smart contract developer. And there's no one language for it, although we have a popular language, which is Solidity, but there are others. Now, Solidity is for those that are interested in the EVM community, like Ethereum-based blockchain. So if you are interested in other aspects of the blockchain space, maybe Algorand or Katezi and many others that are non-EVM based, you can actually start, you can check out the resources. So before I conclude, I'm going to show you some of those resources too. And in addition to that, one thing I love about the Web3 space is that it's very inclusive. It's very, very inclusive. So building on the Web3 space is not just limited to developers. There are people that are designers. They are very good with design. And even as a designer, you can design UIs that are Web3 friendly. And then, even as a community manager, a lot of people are already making money from being a community manager on this Web3 space, community ambassadors and stuff like that. So there's a lot of opportunity for everyone, not just for the developers. So let me quickly, because my time is up, So because my time is up, let me quickly run down through some of the resources you can look at. So what's next? If you want to go deep into what I just talked about now, in terms of account abstraction, you could check out Alchemy, Biconomy, OpenZeppelin Defender, Gelato, Genesis Safe. And then if you want to learn how to write smart contracts, one resource I highly recommend is Solidity by example. So it's a very good place to learn. And also you could use Buildspace and learn Web3. Those are even third web. Those are platforms you can actually learn how to become a Web3 developer. So once again, like I said, my name is Glory Agatebere, and you can follow me on Twitter using that handle, and you can check me on YouTube. I just started a YouTube series focused on the blockchain. So if you want to learn more, you can search for me using my full name. All right, guys, thank you very much.
We'll be happy to see now and then maybe just to unwind. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being supportive. Thank you. So let's welcome Code on stage as he takes the Minister of Enjoyment. A round of applause, please.
Alright, how are we doing? Have you guys eaten? Wow! Alright, food is coming. So, yeah, like every other DevFest, there's already this part called, I don't know why it's given such title, this sort of enjoyment. Basically, it's a time where we get to have fun. Who needs to have fun? Who wants to have fun? Alright, so I'm going to go to Sparks. I'm going to go to Sparks. No Spark. Where's your Spark? So I guess I'll bring back home my where's your Spark? This was a setup by Olivia and Joy. It was obviously cruise, but I really I appreciate those that came with their sparks from the bottom of my heart. Right? You would not go home to see you, definitely. So just take a picture of you and your spark and send me a DM, WhatsApp, on Twitter, then take it from there. Clap for them now. Alright, so real quick, we're about to play a very interesting game. I need 5 people. I need 5 people to come out. 5 people. 3 females, 3 BFs. Ask me what's BF now. Ask me. What's BF? I want baby female now. Alright, I need like 3. I need 3 females and females. Volunteers. There's a prize. Just come out. 5. Yeah, no. I said 3. No, let's come back. They come back. How many chairs are here? 1, 2, 3. I said 3 females and 2 guys. Go. Jesus. Alright, so listen to the instructions of the game. So I'll ask you to go into the crowd to get an item. I need my so I'll need you to go into the crowd to get a particular item. And then before you come back, once it is removed, that means we only have 4 people left. So we'll do that until it's just 1 person. Is it clear? Are you ready? Right, DJ, give me my so right now, I need squad. Just give me your phone number. Yeah. Round of applause for you guys in the back. Are we having fun? Are we having fun? If I don't enjoy it. is where everyone gets to participate. Right? So while you're eating, so I don't know if the organizers have a prize to give out, but personally giving out 6,000 naira to the first place. Right? So I don't know if Joy has anything to give out. So you may. Alright, so we're about to play a game. We're going to answer questions based on what has been happening here today. So it's not just about answering the right question, how fast can you answer them? So you have to be correct, and you have to be very fast to have high points, right? So real quick, phantom game. How? So real quick, visit joinmyquiz.com and then enter the game code. Now waiting for everyone to enter. So just do that real quick. DJ. Are we done? You know, those who will say no. We got this. 100. Yes. So once you get to 130, just start. 130. Then, what is the name of the first very fast? What's the name? What's the name? Not the right. There you go. Right, so let's Question 4 says, the first event was done once again. I think you have option 4
that 5 seconds. Well, shots. How many of us? I think I see what it was. Get the question. Wow. Don't stop in that word. I don't know. Question number 12 says, present your membership card at the entrance of the restaurant is likely to work. There's a variation. Presenting your membership card at the entrance of the restaurant is likely to work. That was a good one, Olivia. Authorization and education using time. Alright, so let's see who's our new leader. Okay, Bernard. Bernard, where are you now? Okay, Bernard, alright. Next question. Question number 13 for a sum of 150,000 naira. It says, something that will help you in the development process is what? Prayer walls. Why is that not for this one? Time's up. Let's sing on without good. Bernard, balance now. Alright, next question. Question number 14. We have about 7 questions left. Question number 14 says, cloud carrier landscape switch was given by who? See why it's very important to be identified. That was quick, that was fast. How many was it? See, I didn't get this also. Sorry. Don't cry. Alright, next question. Question number 15 says, a cloud security engineer is a role on what? Remember, it's not about answering the question. It's about answering correctly. How fast? Cloud security engineer is a role of what? About 724 participate. Interesting. You have less than 5 seconds left. Time's up. What is it? It's not official. I guess alright, this is what I want to do. Before we go to that, this is what I want to do. I want to divide 2009 into 2. And then take the first question and then the second question. Fair enough. Is it fair? Is it fair? No. Let's thank you. No, we never start. So we should divide the money into 2. Thank you. Right? Alright, next question. Admin, are you speaking? Okay. Question number 16 says, first cloud certification exam you can take is there are a couple of certifications here for cloud, then Who's number one? Alright, let's move on. Next question. Question number 17. 4 questions left. It says, blockchain is what? What is blockchain? Is it a chain of blocks? Is it a block that has a chain? Block of chains. Blocks that interconnected chains. That's blockchain. Time's up. How many questions? I don't know. Say who's number one. Is that what I'm putting down? This is out. This is out of the way. It's come down. Alright. Next question. Question number 18 says, an example of cryptocurrency is what? Cryptocurrency, blockchain, blah, blah, blah. An example, I don't know what happened with phones. Yeah. An example of cryptocurrency, BTC boys, go behind. BTC boys. I'm behind. Alright. What's it? What is it? Alright, next question. We have just 2 questions for them and then we'll wrap it up. Question number 19 says, one of the most use cases of blockchain technology is what? There are a couple of very important use cases. There is cross-border money transfers. What else? I don't know. Are you guys here? Sit them. Are you guys with me? Are you guys with me? Let's just smile now. Smile. Smile is most hard. Who was number one? Caesar. Are we ready for the last question? I don't know what exactly it is. As usual, fastest speakers. Right? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, no. See, are you ready? Yeah. Alright, I think it was question number 20. Question number 20 for example, 20,000 says, so you have no time to answer this question right or wrong. I don't know if you have to. Sorry. See how time to answer the Alright. Let's see who is our winner. Yes. Is that a question? I I think there's going to be that word that's going to show after this. Can you open it up? Let's click on next question, I think. Yeah, just in the section. No, just click on next question. Click on next question. Have you clicked? Yeah, just say yes. I should start. Those are sweating. I think this should be that board. How are you now? These are the problems. Alright, so first, second, third position. DJ, you do some, it's your own call. Caesar and Ronini. You know what to do now. Alright, thank you guys. See you guys next year.
Gospel is a multi-talented, passionate and dedicated individual. Currently working as the software engineer at Stanbic IBTC Bank and the lead organizer for the Google Developer Groups Owerri. He has showcased his exceptional leadership skills by growing the local community from 0 to over 1,000 members, making a positive impact on their careers. Gospel's passion for the technology sector has made him a valuable member of the Google Developer Group's community, and his achievements reflect the ability to inspire and motivate others to reach their full potentials. Furthermore, Gospel aspires to continue growth and success in his role as a lead organizer and make a meaningful impact in the technology industry through his career, leadership, and dedication. He is confident that his achievements and drive make him a valuable asset to any organization and any community he is a part of.
So my name once again is Gospel Kinyoro. Don't be, just don't bother yourself about the whole long list of value. Enjoy it, yeah. Alright, so as I was saying, I'll be talking about crowdsourcing by Google. And right now, I'm just standing in not as a lead, but then I'm standing as a crowdsourcing influencer. I'll be talking about what crowdsource is, what Google is trying to do with crowdsource. How many of us have heard about Google crowdsource? Just how many? Like 10? Okay. Okay, awesome. How many of us were in the last event? That was Google I/O. Just you? Serious? Oh, okay. Awesome. So, well, at least we will be hearing about AI, right? And ML. Alright, awesome. Okay, so I'll be starting by explaining what crowdsource is, and then I'll be talking about 3 key points, because we are kind of currently in the age of AI. So if you are in the last event, you know that the team was just all about AI. So I will not be going into it. I will just be giving us pointers around AI, ML, and then crowdsourcing. So basically these 3 points kind of they work hand in hand to give us the best of the best. First of all, AI is kind of, it's short for artificial intelligence, and it's just the ability of a computer to kind of think like a human, right? To be able to emulate or simulate what human beings do when they are thinking or when they are trying to solve logic, right? So it's basically us trying to use machines now to do what we do at faster rates, right? Then machine learning is kind of the art of training these machines, training the computers, training the models to learn how to learn about a couple of concepts, right? So it's not kind of trying us giving them data like just like that, like feeding them information, giving them replies. We give them data over time, and then in time they can easily make decisions for themselves. And then crowdsourcing is just basically from the word crowd, right? So it's basically having to gather much people, right? So having to gather much, let's say as you are gathered there, you are kind of like a crowd, right? So if you try to contribute to something, it's called crowdsource. So basically to contribute our own knowledge, to contribute our own data to a singular something, right? So, so what Google does is, and what Google does with crowdsourcing is, we try to make sure that AI systems are accurate, unbiased, and then they meet the needs of the people. So, what do I mean by accurate? So, we are trying to train these machines to be what? Accurate. So, let's say we say this is a speaker, right? A computer should be able to identify, when you take a picture and upload, you should be able to identify that this is a speaker, right? So that's for accuracy. Then there is the case of unbiased. So unbiased is whereby, bias rather is whereby information or whereby contributions are channeled to one particular geography, right? So it's whereby, so for example, let's say you search on the net, let's say you search marriage now, right? So there is always a tendency or a higher tendency of you to see the church wedding, right? So let's say you search marriage, you likely see a man on suit and a lady on a white gown, right? So you now ask yourself, what happens to the traditional marriage we have here, right? So that's where bias comes into play, because one thing with computers is that they only know what to tell them, right? They only know the information you give them. So basically, humans are giving them this information, right? And then what happens is, let's say in Nigeria, we know that there is a particular geography that has the highest population, right? So the north has kind of the highest land mass and population. So let's say you want to do a kind of crowdsourcing now, you would find out that the machines would tend towards the north, towards supporting the north, right? So that's where unbiased comes in. and then also to meet the needs of the people using the system. So for example, the Google Map, we want the Google Map to be able to identify locations in Owerri. So let's say for example, Metro Event Center, you want to type Metro Event Center, and then Google Map will show you what Metro Event Center, right? So because you are the one using this system now, so you want to find this place, right? Or you just maybe type in, let's say you just came for the holidays and then you type in hotels nearby, right? So you notice that Google Map will show you a list of hotels that are around you. So that's where the meeting the needs of users comes into play. So what is Google trying to do with crowdsource? So Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So basically, universally accessible and then of course useful, right? So it's not enough to have data. What is actually paramount is that data useful, right? So if you can pile up data and fill this room and then no one is using it, it's basically useless, right? So at the end of the day, you've achieved nothing. Okay. So can you help me play this video? Stop playing. Don't worry about it. I'll just go ahead and explain. So basically what's on this video is, you will see people using a couple of Google technologies. There is the translate, there is the map, there is the photos, the cameras, right? So you find out that, for example, let's say you happen to, I don't know, how many of us are trying to maybe buy something online, maybe either on AliExpress or a couple of the Chinese sites where they are cheaper, right? You find out that they have a way of putting their information in their language. So Google Translate has a way of helping you translate those to English. And for us to be able to tell you that, okay, this phrase or this sentence, this thing is in English, there are people behind the scenes that are doing the translation. Not literally doing it when you type it, but they have already done the translation over time, right? So with time, this translation just gets to pop up and kind of get to fulfill your needs. So I'm going to just keep this. Okay, there is everywhere. So that's a picture of where Google Photos works together with Translate to give you a translated version of a direction in the city. So let's say you go to a city, let's say you go to China and then you can't see what is written there. With this, you can be able to find your way around, right? So I'll be skipping this. Alright, so for example, something like this, usually when you put something like this, right? When you put something like this, there's always a tendency of the model to tell you that this is not a cookie, this is a dog. But because there are people over time that are validating and vetting these replies, they can always tell you that this is not a dog, but this is a cookie, right? Okay. So there are over 9 million images on open images datasets. And then less than 10% of these images are Indian and China. So what this is saying is that now, in as long as we have over 3 million images, over 9 million images that are open source, right? Less than 3% are from India and China. Now what is this trying to tell you? If you know the geography, you know that India and China are the places with the highest population, right? So basically you want to believe naturally that out of the 9 million, let's say 3 million or 4 million will be from India and China, right? But then that's not the case because there's always that inability of these guys to get access to crowdsourcing platforms to contribute data to be able to validate some information, right? So this is what Google Source is trying to solve. For example, let's say you search for breakfast online. You are likely going to see the normal bread and tea, right? You would hardly see something like this online. But with crowdsource, you're able to see this, and that's because people like you and I tend to contribute and tell people, say, hey, okay, in Nigeria, there's a popular breakfast. For those that have been to the Lagos or the Yoruba place areas, there's a popular breakfast called the Makoni. That's the bread and beans, right? If you've been to Lagos, it's more like this, like where you're eating shawarma, right? If you don't do that, you've not been to Lagos. Alright, so I'll just move ahead. So why crowdsource? I've already explained. Due to diversity, due to inclusion, that's why the crowdsource is there. And there's a Google crowdsource app for both those that use iPhones and Android. You can check your Play stores. There's actually a reward for this. So we are going to, just as the event progresses, I'll be stepping down the stage, but then I'll still take note of those that contribute. So basically what we're going to do is, you're going to download the Android app, those that use the Android app, then you're going to download the Play Store for those that the iOS app for those that use iOS, and then what you're going to do is, you're going to do me a favor. Once you download the crowdsource app, you're going to take a screenshot of what score you have. So as I'm doing this because of, I know that some of us might have been contributing already. So you're going to take a screenshot with your time of where your score was, and then you're going to contribute as much as you can. So once the event ends, you're going to take the count of the highest contributor, and there's going to be a cash reward for that. So you can go to your Play Store, just search crowdsource, Google crowdsource, Play Store, iOS, and then you're going to definitely see this app. And then what you also need to do is how to contribute. You're going to see pictures. They will show you a picture of a chair and say, is this a chair? Something like that. So you identify yes or no whether it's a chair. And you're going to see something like this. That's the handwriting. There's someone wrote you. Right? So you're going to identify, you're going to type in what that phrase is. And yeah, so that's basically, and with the responses you get from Google crowdsource, we use it to develop all these apps. I believe each and every one of us has used one of these anytime, one time or another, right? And is anyone here that hasn't used anything here? Is it possible? It's not, right? Alright, and that is my time. Let's see. So, well, don't just sit there, start contributing and download from your Google Play Store or visit the web crowdsource.google.com, and thank you. Remember, there's a cash reward for this. Can we celebrate it one more time?
I think the only thing you need is ignorance. Can we hear me? Does anyone need ignorance? People are hungry, you're posting pictures of food on your screen. It does not help us, does it? It makes us sad. Or is it on the menu? Alright. Yes, we still have our airtime available. I will be back for that. So please sit tight. We have our cash prizes, we have the airtime, and those 3 people who met me in the morning, who I told to see me afterwards for airtime, or rather data, you should please still meet me after the event is over, alright? So we'll be having Mr. Chukwuduzie Akalon. Please forgive my pronunciation of your name. He'll be talking to us about socket communication on the web, leveraging real-time data for collaboration. The next voice here will be his. Media, over to you.
Chukwuduzie is a full-stack web developer who loves to build projects with teams. He enjoys working with special web technologies, especially when we have very useful applications that are underutilized. Furthermore, Chukwuduzie's key interests are in any applications or technologies that can solve problems. Also, he field of AI, robotics, and automation.
Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you. I believe my slides will be very soon. The first one, please. Thank you. So, like the keynote, the beginning speech said, my name is Chukwu. How can I Chukwu actually? But I prefer to be called Chukwu. And I've given myself a task, right? I'm going to take your attention, every single person here. I'm going to make this speech very, very interactive, even though it's going to be technical. So I just need one favor from you guys, right? If I make it as simple as possible for everyone to understand, and it's good enough, you give me a very nice round of applause. Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Let's go. Okay, so please put my slides on. I'll find the stage now. Remember our deal, please don't lose your interest. I mean, you can look at my face while they are sitting. I believe I'm a very handsome young man. If you're a beautiful lady here, you think I'm handsome, say hey. No wahala, no wahala. Okay, no fine, but my mama like her. My mama like her. It's cool. This is can take music so that we can not die. Come to the dance and wine, you can find. My best artist. I love this vibe. Thank you. academic students, most popularly known as students, although I'm not that popular. And I believe shows that I'm the best, right? I can take the boost again if you want to. So today I'm going to be speaking on socket communication on the web, leveraging real-time communication for collaboration, right? And I chose this topic because I noticed that a lot of developers work traditionally with HTTP methods for working with APIs and web applications, right? When you send a request to the server and then it replies. But then I worked with WebSockets and discovered that you can actually make your applications a little bit more interesting. And I'll continue to explain that. Please, next slide. Does this remote actually work? I'm pressing the... Oh my God. Okay, so I want you guys to take a look at this slide, right, and tell me what you see. I have a topic here. It says it's all about data, right? So while we're building and doing everything we do, techies, non-techies, even interacting with applications, we actually do forget to the point that everything we're doing is about data. You sign in, you log in, you log out, you process applications, you process transactions on the blockchain and everything. And we can see AI is heavily trained on data, heavily relies on data. The internet was made to share data, resources and everything. And the blockchain secures data. And actually that's one of the main features that makes the blockchain a wonderful technology. So data is very underrated. So any data scientist here should actually be proud of ourselves because you guys are everything. Okay. It's like there's a latency. Okay, so socket communication, let me give you a brief definition. It's a method of sending of communication between clients and servers. Creates a persistent bidirectional communication between clients and servers. So let me explain it to you to a layman, right? So typically, servers are the unsung heroes of the web. They only speak back when they are spoken to. So when you send data to them, that's a request, they send a response. Right? We should give it up for those guys, they really try. But then, what is the difference between your traditional HTTP APIs, that is your apps that you log in with, and then WebSockets, right? So the WebSockets, like I said, creates a bidirectional communication between the browser, which is the client, and the server. So WebSockets grants the server power to actually deliver information without the client saying, hey, this is the user's information, telling him he has successfully logged in. The WebSocket says, hey, server, I want to empower you. I want to give you and the client power to spread information across each other. So you can emit and listen for events from the server and on the client. And that's the power of WebSockets, right? From this definition. So there's a limit. So go. Okay, so why use WebSocket? Why, right? Now there are scenarios why you use WebSockets. When real-time communication is needed in an application. Typical example is your chat apps. The chat applications that we use. You don't wait for a request to get sent. Once you send a message, you can basically get a response that is someone else chats you up. You can chat the person and it goes in real time. So that's basically the application of WebSockets. And you can actually build with WebSockets technology as a developer. Data broadcast to multiple clients simultaneously. That is from servers. You can push data to multiple clients, browsers simultaneously. When an event-driven architecture is needed, that's when you want to create an event-driven architecture between the browser and the server to emit events from the server and then to the browser. Push notifications in apps, your banking apps and everything. Hey, your phone transfer has been received by this person. WebSockets and GPS and location tracking. The key word there, I want you to take it, is real-time communication. Not communication to you when you send a request. But the server, that's a backend, can also send data to you. So that's basically what WebSockets is about. WebSockets is saying, I'm going to create a persistent communication between the client, which is browser, and the server. And once data is sent, it establishes a connection, and then you can basically exchange data. So with WebSockets, the server can actually emit events, and the client can receive them, and then you can basically have real-time communication with it. I'm going to give you more examples of how this can work. Okay, so I have a comparison slide here. You can see for HTTPs, you have request response method. So when you request, you get a response, right? And for WebSockets, you have open bidirectional. We all know the meaning of bi. When they say something is bi, when something is mono, it's one. Bi is two-way. So I'm server, I have the client here, bidirectional. That's basically what it is. Then for HTTPs, connections are closed after each response is delivered. So when you send a request and get the response, the TCP connection is closed. That is the transfer control protocol. But with WebSocket, it establishes a continuous connection. Kind of like when you see the laborers loading goods from a trailer into a store. They just basically keep throwing them without caution. Continuous. That's basically what the WebSocket does compared to the traditional HTTP API. And then HTTP is used for traditional web applications, your apps that we all use today. While sockets are used for special parts of chats, the polling centers, the real-time stock trade charts that need to be updated in real time. Because if your charts are actually working with request response method, you can actually place a trade and the value has gone down below where you want to set your stop loss or take profits before you send the request to get the response. But WebSocket is updating in real time, right? And then WebSockets are used where real-time connection is required, right? So that's the difference. If you're getting anything I'm saying, please say hi. I don't want to get too engrossed. I feel like I'm getting a bit too technical now because I'm trying to explain. Okay, so how do WebSockets work typically? I want you guys to look at me. What can you guys see? Muscles, right? And a handshake. Does anybody have a friend that's a gym bro here? Or let me use another analogy. If you're a girl and there's a nice cute guy you like that's cute and you love hugging him, I don't know. I won't say raise your hand, but like the feeling you get when you hug him, and then the feeling you get when you shake your gym friend, there's a firm connection, right? But then with WebSockets, take it that the gym bro also take his hand off, he holds you there, and then data can pass through. So you can feel his temperature, you can feel the grip of his hand on you, and for a girl hugging the guy, you can feel like how cute somebody is. So basically, I think I've explained. So firstly, the client emits a connection to the server. Once the server receives this, the first server, which is programmed to listen for events and also emits, basically emits back to the client. And the steady channel is established like a firm handshake. That's why I put this in. So it's locked on. I will say, hey, we are here, we exchange data, right? That's what it is. And then both server and client can emit and listen simultaneously. So WebSocket grants the server power. What it has never had. Not a dormant person just giving out data, but someone who can express his feelings to the front end, right? And I can give an analogy. There's a difference between sending letters to someone and making a phone call, right? So you could send letters in those days to your pen friend outside the country or something, send a letter, and the person can only respond when you receive the letter, right? But with WebSocket, you just pick your phone. That's the analogy. I say, hey, what's up? The person says, hey, I'm fine. And you guys can talk. That's the analogy. Basically, a different description that makes you understand what I mean. You understand? So let's continue. I'm getting a bit sweaty. Please pardon me. It's one of my genetic features. So this is basically a diagram. WebSocket connection versus HTTP. You can see request, handshake, WebSocket on top. The handshake is established, socket is there. Versus HTTP connection, request, response, connection terminated until another request is sent for a response. So the TCP connection is terminated in traditional HTTP APIs, and this leads to latency and all of that stuff that isn't conditional for real-time apps at all. So let's move on to the next slide. So now, real-world business scenarios, right? So we have chat applications, like I said earlier, financial stock market charts, collaborative tools, online gaming, notifications and alerts. Who used to be a Call of Duty mobile gamer back in the day? I believe 2021 and 2 was like the prime. So remember, you know when you're playing and someone kills someone and there's the update, hey, this person, Medal kills has killed someone, Fearless has killed someone, Gino Mag has just killed someone. That's WebSocket. It's updating in real time. And I'll blow your mind now. I'm very sure 90% that the application we just use for the game with Minister for Enjoyment can be implemented, or is 90%, I'm sure it was built with WebSocket. You could see that when we were playing the game, once we were answered, dating in real time, right? So there was a little notification that was like going, That's WebSockets for you. Real time. Rather than saying, okay, check for who has answered and it returns the number. No, WebSockets is there. It's giving it to you. I hope everyone is following me. Yeah. So on your financial stock markets, as the crypto boys, your forex people, it's WebSockets that's powering that technology. It's going in real time. Your candlesticks are moving up and down. It's WebSockets, right? So that's WebSockets. And I'll be speeding up now. Okay. Still haven't gotten the hang of this. And then there are libraries for various tech stacks: JavaScript, Python, Java, C#, Go, and our very own Flutter by Google. But then the king of libraries is actually socket.io. It's actually available on almost all backend and frontend services with client libraries too that enables you to set these WebSockets up in your projects. So if you're a developer here or someone who's just getting new, you could just work with WebSockets. So I have like a little demo for, please, give me center button, right? It's 30 seconds. Basically, yeah. I worked on a project with React and Node, one of the two sites I work with. This is a simple project, but to show you that two artists can actually collaborate on a drawing, right? So someone is drawing here and you can see it here. I worked on this to prove this. You can actually use it to build almost anything. You could incorporate it into your apps, and that's the essence of this pitch. Instead of working with just traditional HTTP APIs. And I'll be skipping this now, where you can basically see the concept of this. Okay, so WebSocket communication has some calls like firewall and proxy issues, cores management, that is cross-security resource sharing. That is basically a security feature that helps to make sure that you don't have unwanted clients accessing the server. It's not supported by all environments, and deployment can be very tricky, right? And then error handling and debugging. You basically have to bug everything, like code was saying earlier. So I believe I'm getting close to the end of my presentation. Okay, so the future, yeah, this is the end now. The future of socket communication is the backbone of real-time web communication. But there are also other technologies that are similar to it, right? So we have web RTC, that is web real-time communication, which can enable you to build real-time apps, right? Or with more support for video and audio content. So let's say you wanted to build your own Google Meet, right? Web RTC is your go-to. Do you understand me? And web transport. So I believe I've come to the end of my presentation, and I am choosing this. I build full stack web applications with Merge Stack. I'm open to collaborations, especially in real time. You get it? You get it. Thank you so much.
Okay guys, so I know that we are tired already. We just have one more speaker. In 10 minutes. Waka Kiziko is going to be talking to us on empowering modern software development in 10 minutes. Please, a round of applause for Waka Kiziko.
Kizito Mwaka is a software developer with a background in back-end development. He's committed to community development, whose aim are to tackle real-world problems through software and contribution to positive changes.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Kizito Mwaka and I'm a software developer. I'm honored to be here to present to you guys on how Firebase is empowering the world of software development. So because of time, I'll just make this quick. So please, let's proceed. Okay, so most developers here, let me just say, most developers are for Firebase. So now, Firebase is, before I enter the introduction to Firebase, I'm going to brief you on the topics we're going to discuss in this session. So I'm going to do introduction to Firebase. I'm going to talk about key Firebase products. I'll give you guys common use cases of Firebase, real-world examples, platforms that support Firebase, an interactive demo, and I'll make it how to stay updated with Firebase technologies. Okay? So what is Firebase? Firebase is an app development platform that helps you and build apps and games users love. Okay, so basically, Firebase was founded in the year 2011, and it was later acquired by Google in 2014. So why they came about Firebase was that they tried to make building the coding process easier for developers. For instance, now let's say a front-end developer who has no idea of backend wants to add some kind of user services, for example, user registration or real-time database or authentication. So Firebase now, they made a serverless infrastructure which front-end developers now can use to integrate without writing actual backend code. Okay? So now I'm going to look at the key Firebase products. Okay? So now Firebase has 3 products. They have build, they have release and monitor, and they have engage. So the building process, as we all know it, authentication is part of it. You should have heard about authentication today, so I'm not going to go deep into that. Okay? Now we have app check. App check is basically when you deploy the app, and Firebase now has a security layer which verifies the traffic coming from that app and notifies you if it's actually in bots or it are actual users in the app. Okay? So now we have Firebase extensions. These extensions now are we can, let's say we work on Slack. So we can easily integrate Firebase services into Slack. I'll just use Slack as an example. Slack is a workspace. Okay? So we have cloud functions there. These cloud functions now are event driven. So for instance now, when I say something to a database, I write Firebase now automatically with these cloud functions. And when an event is triggered, I'm going to you're going to see the action there. So that's the little of cloud function. Now they have Cloud Firestore. So now Cloud Firestore and real-time databases work hand in hand. So Cloud Firestore now is no SQL. SQL is basically a structured query language on which are used for databases. Okay, so now let's talk about hosting. So now when you build a web application, you can actually deploy it to Firebase and they will give you a link to the hosted application. Okay? Now, they also have cloud storage, which you can use to store your images or your files that you upload to the internet. Okay? So now, we're going to talk about their release and monitoring products. We have branch analytics. Okay, so sometimes when developers now open an app, the application now may be bugged or may actually crash. So now there's a little bit Firebase function which actually monitors the app when it's actually deployed using Firebase. Okay, so we have performance monitoring. That also monitors performance in your application. And the test lab, the normal for writing tests. Okay, this app distribution now is, when you all use mobile apps here. So app updates now, you can use your you can use Firebase to distribute your application, distribute different versions. Now, let's say an app like WhatsApp now, they have their latest updates ready, but they have a specific time to deploy these updates. So that's just how this app distribution works. They may have their update now for the next year ready, but it's not ready for the general public. I'll just say WhatsApp for example. Okay, so we have Google Analytics. So this analytics now, if you log into Firebase dashboard, if you actually see, and if you deploy an app on the website through Firebase dashboard, you see the analytics there. You can see the number of clicks or the number of downloads and app ads. Okay, it also has machine learning, support machine learning. We know about machine learning and AI. Machine learning actually learns on its own. Okay. Now I'll go to the third product, which is their engage. Okay. Now there's in-app messaging. So this in-app messaging is, I don't know if you have used an app now and you still see a notification entry inside, like a message. I don't know, just signify. Okay. So A and B testing is actually split testing. which we use to test your apps into like from different versions. Okay, now there's cloud messaging. So this cloud messaging now. So imagine you have a mobile application and or a web service or a web application, and now you want to just send a message to someone in real time, like the person actually sees as they're sending it. So Firebase also supports that. This cloud messaging now also uses, you can push notifications, maybe push notifications which can be triggered from events. Let's say your bank app now, you make a transaction and you just see a notification from the app that, oh, you have been debited so amount. It's mostly debit alerts, not credits. And they have a remote fee. Okay, so these are the services that Firebase actually has to offer. So now these are common use cases of Firebase. So these are the most common use cases of Firebase. Number one is building a backend. Like I said before, you can actually build a backend with Firebase. Okay. Now number two, hosting a web application. So Firebase now, they have the CAI, that's their command line interface, which you can install in your project to host your web application. Okay. Now they have test and rollout features too, which you can also use to test your mobile applications and deliver new features to the general public. And they have monitoring, which you can also use to monitor your app. So this engaged end user is just like the in-app notifications and the Firebase notification services. And number six, you can also monetize your app. So Firebase now has services like ad mobs. I don't like app that you use and start seeing so much ads. But I don't blame them. That's what they actually use to monetize their applications. So from this, so they have like ADM, the ad mob, Google ad mob, which you use to monetize your app. So I will have gone through all of them, but I'll just go into two examples, real-world examples of apps that use Firebase. Okay? So now let's shift gears and look at some real-world examples of how Firebase is making a difference, from startups to established enterprises. Firebase is being used to create scalable and efficient applications. I'll just single out Duolingo and Shazam. I believe most people, some people here use Duolingo to learn new languages. So now, if you are using Duolingo to learn a new language, you can see that each time, okay, let me say there's a leaderboard. Most mobile applications of games, there are leaderboards there. So each time you you win a new challenge or you complete a lesson for the day, you're going to see yourself increase via the leaderboard in real time. And you see that you can also see that some people are online waiting to push it down to the emotional zone. So that leaderboard now is an example of using Firebase service to work in real time. Those are actually used by work by using cloud functions. Same goes for Shazam. Shazam is like most of us will know Shazam, and it's an app that used to when the music is playing, you just put the Shazam, and the Shazam app lets you it lets you visit the name of the music. So that Shazam now, once it listens to that music, it's going to trigger that cloud function, which they already have a database of music in their server. So once they have their functions, which they use to to verify the music, that's their own function. So once they verify it, brings out the one that is close, most similar to that sound you listen to. So that's an example of how Firebase function. Okay, so now, developers now, these are the supported platforms for Firebase SDK. So Firebase supports Android, which was actually the first. Android, iOS, Web, Flutter, Unity. So as a developer, I believe that you write one of them, maybe whether it's Android using Java or Kotlin or iOS. Or web, Angular, React, and others. Flutter also used to be mobile app and web. And Unity here is for games with C++. Okay, so these are the supported Firebase platforms. Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys an interactive demo on using Firebase. So now this demo now is just shows 3 common Firebase use cases. The first one is going to be authorization. But wait, I'd like them to look at the link. So, look at the link. Can they see the link? They can't see the link. I'd love you guys to log into the link and like, sign in your Google account. Fab is also hard. You can also sign in. I could have implemented Tweet and the rest, but I'll just use Google for the sake of GDG. Okay? So you can actually sign in with Google and you see the pop-up. So now when this happens, this actually creates an account in the Firebase Cloud Console. Okay? So if you go to this Cloud Console, you see authentication there. I actually created 2 accounts with 2 of my different emails. So you see there, this is the first and second email. So if you actually enter the link and create an account, your email is going to show over here. Okay? So now I'm going to show you guys an example of storage. So using this character, I also want to upload like image characters. So you're going to choose a file and just upload that way. Okay, let's try and upload. Start, yes. Yes. I think yes, it's actually uploads, okay? Okay. So now I'm going to look at show you guys this storage bucket. So this is where our uploads go. And you can see the 2. This is okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So now I'm going to show another example using a chat room. So this is where I would like you guys to like join, because this is like updated in like real time. So if you put hello, and anybody who is inside this chat room is going to see from their end. Okay, so I was like chatting with myself. I'm not a mad person, but I was just chatting with myself with another email account. So I don't know. The link. Can I imagine? Because of time. So this is just an example of how it works. Okay. So can we like okay. I think someone they want to join. So let's see an example. So they want to log in and send a message. Okay, but before that, I hope you're understanding like how Firebase actually helps software developers. You understand? Okay, you can see that. Okay, here's another person. He says hello. It actually works. I have what is his name? I have a session. Okay, that's good. And if you go to the authentication, you will see that a new user will be created over there. Okay, there were 2 and now they're showing. So that's great. That's great. What's random? Can we do it next? So, okay. So, being in the tech space now, everything is rapidly evolving. So you can't see a Firebase code of, like, the code is of 2020. And 2023 now, a lot has changed since then, a lot of new functions. Now they have like an AI, which actually helps developers to integrate whatever they want to do. They call it the way AI, DUT, the way AI. So in the world of like tech, you have to stay updated. If you don't stay updated, you can't just remain one place. You have to have the mindset to be always learning like this. The constant learning something, because you get there behind. Okay? I don't believe in tech, I believe in every other field. So you have to just stay updated. You have to have a mindset to learning. So you can, if you go to the Firebase, this link, you're going to see the link to the community over here. You can have their Twitter, Slack, and all their social media handles using their community link. So Firebase, where coding dreams, sparks, and databases, turning bugs into hashes, and exquisite predictive fireworks. So So I use this Firebase when I'm like building like something, like I want to do something really fast. I don't have time to write backend code. I just want to do this. I know. Okay. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much.
Wow, you guys made it. You made it. Celebrate yourself. You made it. I'm sure some of you tried seeing your beds at home. Or the pot of rice you're supposed to go and eat. Are you seeing it already? Who is that person? Just hang in there. We're about to leave. We're about to leave. Alright. So please, we have 1 minute here to be played by one of our sponsors, Sunshine Farms. I think media is ready. Is media ready? So let's just play real quick.
Welcome to Sunshine Farm, where nature's bounty meets sustainable farm excellence. At Sunshine, we take pride in cultivating a diverse range of birds and ensuring premium quality and freshness in every house. From our dairy artisan to the golden purity of our palm oil, the wholesome goodness of our rice and palm, and the sweet and taste of our fish and meat. Each product embodies our commitment to natural, nutritious, and delicious food. Visit our website on www.sunchanfarm.com to place your order and contact us on 081 7461 8718 or send us an email at sunchanfarm@gmail.com. Sunshine Farm, where passion for farming meets excellent ingredients. Experience the freshness, taste the difference. Sunshine Farm, farm at all times, help from nature.
Everyone, welcome to our sponsors. See, what should we do to consider farming as an occupation? How many of you have the same?
The only thing I heard over there was taste the freshness. And I don't taste it.
You need fresh products, raw products, food, you can place your order. For more inquiries, you can put us over there.
Thank you very much. Let's just give away the airtime so we can be out of here. Is that okay? Is that okay? So again, how fast are your fingers? Or are you guys too tired?
I need to time for airtime.
Should we go with the airtime?
For airtime.
Okay, so media help me.
When you're ready, say you're ready. Who's ready? No darling. Oh yeah, now let's go.
Let's go. Media help us with some music. This is MTN, by the way.
Everywhere you go.
It's everywhere. 15 seconds.
If you can get to the airtime, you can and let others know what the Lord has done for you.
My advice to you is just look out for one network. You have 4 lines and you're not getting your own. What are you doing with 4 lines?
That's just wickedness.
Alright. Oh, this is glow. Who
got the first one? Pretty good.
one is not for you. It's not for you. You are trying.
Don't try. You said don't try. Clap for yourself.
Did you get it? Did you get the answer? Okay, go on. Enter.
Who got the glow? Who got the glow card?
They got the glow. Alright. The end. Where are our winners? Just wave. Our winners. Which one did you get? MTN. Enter. Glow. Amazing. So ladies and gentlemen, it has been an amazing time with you guys today. I appreciate the opportunity to anchor such a massive event. Once again, my name is Essie, and it's been a pleasure being your host at DevFest 2023.
Pleasure,
Alright, we'll be welcoming one of the organizers to come and give us.
Before we go, let's take pictures outside. So as we are leaving out, let's be leaving to take pictures, okay? Don't forget.
Sorry, just before you step outside, we're taking the closing remarks first, then a group picture outside. Is that okay? So this is your organizer. I think they should have some gifts or something, so you don't miss. There are no gifts. There's no cash again. If I say to you, I'm sorry. Just swap the MacBook with spaghetti. They eat it.
Okay, yeah, I want to use this opportunity to thank each and every one of us for making our time to attend Devfest 2023. It will happen with that too. I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for coming around, right? We didn't take it for granted. I want to thank my volunteers, the volunteer leads, like they are actually awesome, they're super kind, Evangel, Olivia, a whole lot of them, right? Rosie, Nonso, like how many rhymes and knowledge, opposite, Bobby, Light, like a whole lot of them. And Consolation, the guy was not in Owerri, but he was the lead for graphics, right? Designers. So thank you very much for coming. Hope to see you all next year where we'll have awesome events. Next year, my